Okay, so welcome back everyone after a long hiatus, and hello to the maybe 2 foreign people who watch our show from time to time.
Critical Role, eat your heart out!
When last we saw the Trollskull Six, they had been summoned without warning to Hoelbrak after reports of the ice-brewed forces of Jormag approaching the steading. Upon their arrival, battle was furiously engaged, and the Trollskull Six stoutly defended the eastern gate of Hoelbrak against the Freyneer of Jormag, sort of high-powered frost druid. Even as the Freyneer fell, the winds died, and a terrible shadow passed over Hoelbrak's forces. Erstegalken, calling down to you from the cliffs, pointed out that the Elder Dragon had decided enough was enough. You heard the voice of Jormag whispering in your minds, summoning you to the western side of the city, to a high, frozen lake that serves as Hoelbrak's water source. As the remnants of the battle continue behind you, you passed upward and outward, leaving the din of battle behind, to find yourselves at the shore of this frozen lake, even as Jormag continued to tempt you with offers of power, of protection, whispers of what the strength of ice could help you accomplish, how it could preserve and keep safe all that you hold dear. But each of you remained true. And as you spread out to search for it, the dragon himself burst from the ice and has now just come to an arc in his flight 80 feet above the ground. Let's go ahead and pull you all over to the map. And I'd like you all to go ahead and roll initiative.
This sucks.
I believe I had cast Freedom of Movement on myself.
You had.
I know. Okay.
Also,
yes,
Keetri, and myself all have Goodkin's Gift of Protection, so you have resistance to cold damage.
That is the blue aura
Correct.
around your tokens.
Yes.
And I think I still have.
Shit.
I want to say I have Gift of Alacrity.
You should have Gift of Alacrity from before the last fight, I believe.
It's actually Alacrity, but
Okay.
Oh,
It's also be Alacrity depending on how these rolls go. Anyways,
Jesus.
and I think I also have Foresight. Okay. Y'all, my tummy's hurt.
Oh yeah, because you got Keetri's Foresight thing or whatever.
I was
Didn't she
given,
cast Foresight
I
on you?
believe I
Yeah.
have Foresight.
That's cool. All right, not the best roll for me. Also, I think my dex is higher than Keetri's, but I don't know.
I would assume, is your dex 5?
It's 18, so it's +4. I think Keetri's is +3. +2. Gotcha.
Alright, is that everybody? I think so. Yeah.
yeah, it's always when I roll really high that I don't want to. So it works out. Oh well.
I'm gonna use my turn to turn around.
I would love to go last.
You can just take the dodge action and move around. Let's get some music playing in here.
Is there a reason we each have numbers next to our names now?
We'll get to that later.
Bitch, Ryan, come on!
This is how many times our character died in his testing.
At the top of round 1, it is Bertie's turn. As the dragon
What?
bursts
What?
from the ice, there's now about a 15-foot hole in the ice beneath the dragon as it roars its way into the sky.
Okay. Well,
really sick.
I tell you what, we're gonna keep it simple, keep it sweet here. We're gonna cast slow on the dragon.
Hell yeah.
Needs to make a Wisdom 19 save.
What's the range on that?
It is 120 feet.
Good, more than enough. You said a wisdom save?
Indeed.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
It does succeed.
It does succeed. Mark it down. One tally mark. Thank you. Come again. Spell slot well spent.
One. It will use one of its legendary resistances.
And then let me see where everybody's HP is at. I tell you what. Okay. Oof, I should have moved differently. Okay, I am going to. What's the range? It's 40, 60 feet. 60 feet. I'm going to save that for time to come. All right, I think that is going to be good for me. I'm going to move a little bit to my. See if I can get like some cover behind this rock.
Okay, yeah. So that
the game's paused. Okay.
Oh, sorry. The large rock on the right side of the screen is 10 feet high, and it's about 15 feet long north to south. The rock on the far other corner on the left is about 15 feet high, but it's only about 10 by 10.
I'll stay put. I'll move a little bit further wide, but I think that'll be good for me.
Okay. That'll bring us to Brina.
Did we need to roll for fear or anything? Does the dragon have like partying presence or anything?
It did. Well,
Okay.
It hasn't taken its turn yet.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Just wanted to make sure.
Sick, guys. I'm sick to my tummy. This is crazy. This bitch is so far away in the air, too.
Bitch, don't you have flying boots?
Bitch, I do. Give me a second.
What? That's not your problem.
I spent the
Some
whole.
of us can't. There's a very few number of us on this team who cannot fly.
I spent the entirety of your turn being like, oh man, this is scary. I'm scared. I'm so scared. All right. Okay. First things first. Brina would like to rage. Let's go, bitch. Let's go, bitch. What could go wrong? What could go wrong? And I think for this turn, she's just gonna use her action and movement to fly 80 feet straight up to be level with him. You two.
Okay.
We're just gonna 1v1 me, bro. Let's fucking party. She like takes a running start and just whoosh if possible.
Okay.
Yeah. She's just gonna brace herself. Mechanically that doesn't mean anything, but okay. Okay. Rena Erickson 3. That's my turn.
So you raged?
Yes.
Remember that if you don't...
It doesn't drop at this level though.
Oh, that's right. That is totally cool.
Yeah, baby.
That's her
All right,
secret.
now bring
right?
it to
She's always
Kala.
angry.
Oh, that's my secret. I'm always angry.
I am gonna bonus action take aim and shoot the dragon.
First blood.
Will this be at advantage or is there any disadvantage here?
At the moment, there is no disadvantage.
Okay.
Are you invisible?
No, I'm taking the bonus action take aim.
Taking aim. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I don't think there's any.
Okay. I didn't know if there was a blizzard or something that.
Oh no, actually, at the moment there's some pretty chilly wind. It's kind of whipping around, but it's not
Okay.
technically blizzard condition.
Tell me a
26
doesn't hit, Ryan.
26 will hit.
Okay.
You to my face. Damn, bitch.
Let's go.
That's 46, and attacks have advantage till the start of my next turn.
All right. Okay, we got stuff.
So-
Guys.
The arrow zips through the air, embeds itself under one of Jormag's arms as it's kind of like shifting around, serpentine through the air. As it sort of winces slightly, it turns its eyes towards Yukala, which flare with a deadly blue. It's going to use a legendary action.
Don't do it. Oh my god.
Not like this.
What was it? Hang on a minute. 4? Is 4. So this is okay. So sort of in front of its massive head, you see these big, curled, almost tusk-like horns. Its eyes flare blue, and 4 motes of ice
Bitch.
form and elongate into spear-like protrusions. 2 of them slam into you, Kala, and 2 of them slam into Brina. This is cold damage. Kala's would be 21 cold damage, and Brina would be 27 reduced to 13 because you have resistance to cold.
Yes. Is it reduced on top of that because I'm raging, or is it absurd?
Yes, because you're bear totem.
Yeah.
Shit. So yeah, 6.
OP is all hell, baby. I'm sorry. Take it up with
Is-
the creators.
Is that 21 from 1 attack or 2 attacks?
That is a total of 21. It's 11 and then 10.
Okay, I will have one of those.
And there's no
Okay.
save
So that
or
would
anything?
be. It's kind of like magic missile.
Oh, what a dick!
So that would
What
be
it did.
15.
15.
And that will bring it to Galatar.
Cool. Shoot. I think I can do what I want to do. 'Cause so make sure I do 120 feet. So okay, he's like 90 feet away. He's 90 or 80 feet in the air. So I'll probably have to move closer. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Feet to there. Okay. And actually, rather than do, well, shit. You know what? No, because we have advantage from Kala's thing right now. So I'm gonna go ahead and use, well, I have advantage anyway. Never mind. I'm gonna go ahead and bonus action Blade Song. Better to stay alive. And then for my action, I don't think I'm close enough to. Would I be close enough to cast Toll the Dead? He's within 60 feet diagonally from me, but you said he's 80 feet in the air, right?
Yeah, he's about 80 feet.
Yeah. Okay. You know what? I will use my action to take the dodge action as I move 10 more feet closer to him. Oh wait, taking the dodge action doesn't help me. I already get, never mind. Because of foresight. So I'm just gonna move another 40 feet. This is probably gonna end very badly. Is any of this is not like a hole in the ice, just like where he was as a
hole
hole?
is under him.
Okay. So this over here seems momentarily safe in the ice. Okay.
I will say, shit. As you make your way out onto the ice, your feet slip, and you should make a dexterity saving throw.
Dexterity.
It's a low DC.
15 plus I think Dex is +4. 19.
So you do not fall prone. You manage to keep your feeting, but movement on the ice is difficult terrain.
Okay, and that would have started here.
Thereabouts, yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna back up to here then. So that would be 15. And then 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, 75. So the max I could get to would actually be there with dash. Okay,
Cool.
And that's my turn.
All right. And that brings it to Kitri.
Okay. I would like to. Okay, I'm wearing the necklace of prayer beads, and I can use each bead like once per day, I believe.
I believe
Yes.
so.
Okay. Well, I would like to cast, use the necklace of prayer beads to cast Planar Ally, if you will allow it.
Oh, okay. To whom are you praying?
So sort of trying to connect to like the pale tree, but also more so like maybe in a sense like Coda, like the energy of the mountains, the wind.
Okay.
I would like to try and summon an air elemental.
I'll allow it.
Love that.
And I think you can put it somewhere within.
Hell
60 feet
yeah.
of you?
Oh. Yeah, 60 feet.
Alright, so for you.
Can you just, I guess, put it as close to, yeah, Jormag as it can go?
Yeah. Get it right about there. And you can
Okay.
put it, we'll say 60 feet in the air. Yeah.
Okay, and then I'm trying to read the. Does it gets its own turn?
Yes. I'm gonna have to. Planar Ally. So it's under no compulsion to behave in a certain way, but you can ask it to perform a service. It isn't obliged to do so, but as long as it agrees with you, it'll either accept payment or waive payment entirely.
Okay. If I could, I guess, I'm not entirely sure how I would communicate to a air elemental, but try to convey a, like, will you help us fight Jormag situation?
Let me double check this. I'm gonna double check the rules because it's a 10-minute casting time or casting the item. So I don't know if that negates the casting time. It depends on if the item says as an action, but I'll look that up real quick. Here we go, D&D Beyond.
You can cast from it as a bonus action. So heck, that wasn't even my action.
That you can that you can cast from it as a bonus action. So that's cool. All right, so.
And it says on the side next to all of the different things like at will. So, okay. This is the only context I ever use this in, so I never think about the casting time.
Yeah.
Fight would be over before they even got there.
So I would say that praying specifically to Coda and like the spirits of the land, it's not going to demand a gold payment because it's not like a church thing.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it basically just acts on its own, but it agrees with your point of view. I'll let you control it.
Okay.
I think permissions. Oh. Okay. You should be able to click it and move it now.
Yes.
And if you click it, it'll give you that little toolbar
It
to the upper
does.
left, and you can use that to do its attacks.
Awesome. Are we going to have it just be on my turn?
I just put it in initiative, and I went ahead and rolled for it.
Sweet.
It'll go at the top of the round, so it's got a higher initiative than Birdie.
Gee. Okay, so I guess if that's my bonus action.
Mm-hmm.
Gee.
It is casting a spell, so you can cast a cantrip, or you can do something else as an action, but you can't cast another level spell.
I can't even throw anything that I have that far, so I don't think I want to take any more like an actual like cantrip or anything as an action. How high is like, so I'm behind this log here.
Mm-hmm.
Does this rock is it lower or does it like rise up above the tree log thing?
It's probably like a foot or two above the tree. The rock itself is only about like 4 feet high.
Okay. All right.
And it's got like a pretty gentle slope, so you can just walk up it if you need.
So if I could, I'd like to just sort of. I'm just gonna take another step closer to the rock, maybe like half on it, so I can kind of like peek up and like see what's happening over, but have some sort of cover. Oh, I can use my. Does this work? Can I use my action to hide?
You can take the
Or is
hide
that-
action. Yeah.
Okay, then that is what I would try to do.
Make a stealth
Summon a planar ally and hide.
check.
Stealth. Well, it's not great, but oh, nuts.
All right. Do you so the log, this sort of fallen over tree, the thickest part of the trunk is only about like 3 feet high, maybe 3.5. Do you want to like try to go prone down on the ground and hide behind it, or are you just kind of like kneeling down, trying to be kind of stealthy?
More of like the kneeling down, crouching, trying to be stealthy but still
So
mobile.
you don't go prone. Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right. So you guys watch
But-
as Kitri starts to whisper and hold on to one of these prayer beads as she moves into position, and the coalescing frosty breath as she's whispering seemingly to no one begins to coalesce and swirl and fires out from her, taking shape mid-air in between you all and the dragon, and becomes the familiar shape of an air elemental kind of hovering above the lake.
I guess being pink in a snowstorm is probably
Oh,
not
yeah.
the best move to try and be like, I'm gonna hide out, but yeah, that will be my turn.
Alright. Which brings it to Jormag, who is going to start shifting through the air and move himself over yonder.
You're rude for that.
As he
Nice knowing everybody.
takes a deep breath
Awesome.
and tags everybody.
Oh, not like this, love.
Let's see.
Man, despite our best efforts. Golly.
So, as Jormag rears back and exhales this frigid blast of wintry air, I need each of you to make a Constitution saving throw.
That was really scary. Does that cone go 80 feet up too? Or is he 80
It does indeed.
Awesome. Cool. That's
It's like a
crazy.
living blizzard just erupts. It's almost like watching a cold volcano erupt out of the middle of the air. It just like bellows across this frigid lake. Okay. I think the only one who might even have a chance of this is Galatar.
Fuck me.
I need Galatar to make a Constitution saving throw.
Nat 20 on the first roll for the con save, so that is a 30.
30. Okay.
That's fucking crazy.
Galatar, as this cold air wafts over you, being close to Jormag's head, you notice that as he's exhaling, his head is kind of serpentine as he maintains his position in the air, and you are able to sort of wind your way in and around it and use your magical defenses to kind of shake off most of that cold. You would take 44 cold damage, but you have resistance because of your shield, so it's 22.
And I'd like to absorb. Oh no, absorb elements just resistance, so I can't stack with the other thing, right?
No, I think resistance is due. So if you wanted to use your reaction for that, it would go from 22 to 11.
Yeah, let's do that if that's okay.
Okay. The rest of you, well, Keytree and Bertie, you also have the shield, the Goodkin's Gift of Protection, so you take 44 cold damage. The rest of you take 89 cold damage.
I'm in single digits.
Okay.
Ryan, thank you so much for helping me get my work done today. This is just going to be such a nice afternoon.
89 halved because I'm raging?
Yes.
And
So
halved
you would
because
yours.
cold damage?
Yes. So you would be 22.
Yeah, don't worry, guys. I'm gonna beat this bitch's ass. I'm
That
so scared.
last bit of wintry breath sort of exhales, and the dragon takes another deep breath and just lets loose a growl and a roar. And then zoom in because I can't see. It is going to use the rest of its movement to get in a little closer.
That makes it easy for me, I guess.
Oh, hang on a minute. Let me do a con save for the air elemental. 5. Don't think it's resistant to lightning, thunder, and non-magical attacks. I'm sure it's not immune. It's immune to poison, not frost. So it takes 89, but it's still alive. Air elemental has 11 hit points left, so it is still in the game. And that will bring it to Alexa.
Yeah, this is great. This feels wonderful. As I shiver behind this stump, I'm gonna take a couple steps backwards because fuck this dragon. And before I pass out in the cold, let's just go ahead and use my 8th level spell. And I'm just gonna use it on Scorching Iris. So I think that makes a lot of charges.
Certainly does.
Right off.
And what is it?
And they'll all be
At advantage. Exactly. Why?
That's sexy.
For each slot's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There'll be 10. 10 eyes. We'll do that quickened so I can follow it up with a firebolt.
Okay.
And just absolutely blast him, hopefully. Yeah, so here come.
Do it slow.
Okay.
I got my calculator. Critical hit.
Good start.
Is that accurate?
Oh, yeah.
9, 10, 11.
It should be.
So 21.
Yeah.
Okay, 18 misses.
Okay, sorry. I tabbed over to look. 2, 3,
21 does not hit.
4,
32 does, so 9 more.
5,
31 definitely hits for 11 more.
6,
17 does not hit.
7.
7 definitely hits for 8 more.
8.
28 does hit for 4 more.
9.
10 more.
10.
30 for another 12.
And then the
Nice.
firebolt. Oh yeah.
Firebolt. 29 hits for another 25 for an even 100 fire damage.
Hey, bitch!
Damn, Jimmy.
That was worth it for an
Nicely
8th level
done.
spell.
That's, yeah.
Yeah. Sick.
That's 13.
Oh, Jimmy.
So let's see what.
I'm just standing there laughing, throwing fire at him. Because what else am we gonna do?
Fair.
Yeah. Yeah.
How I approach the others.
Not. Yeah. Hmm. Okay, yeah. Is that your turn?
No. Because my level 18 ability lets me re-roll damage on one of those that roll max. So the first one, I'll use the first one that rolled max, which was a 6.
Mhm.
So RD6, add another 5 fire damage to that.
105 damage in the first round. Nice.
My only round. Yes, I do believe with that. That is in fact the last thing I can do.
All right.
Whew, she. God damn.
I just looked at everybody's hit points and I'm like, oh no.
I don't know.
That'd be aight. You just need 1 to do full damage.
Damn straight, Shorty. 105 damage.
At the end of your turn,
He's gonna be my friend.
he is going to use some legendary actions. To bring his wings forward and kind of clap them together. I think because he's 80 feet in the air, it's just Brina and the air elemental. They're the only things within 30 feet of him. Brina, I need you to make a dexterity saving throw. I'll go ahead and make one for the elemental. Okay. Both do not make the save. This is... I guess that doesn't matter. So you both would take 20 bludgeoning damage, reduced to 10 for Brina, and actually reduced to 10 for the air elemental because it's immune, or it's resistant to non-magical bludgeoning damage. So it takes it down to 1 hit point. The air elemental is immune to being prone, but you are not. So these wings slap together. Part of the air buffets the air elemental. You see it disperse for a second before it barely manages to pull itself back together. But Brina, you take the full brunt of this thunderous sort of clap of these wings. You're buffeted backward, ass over tea kettle, and you plummet to the ground. Which is...
And your boy.
From 80 feet? That is not a D10, it's D6.
I'm so pissed off.
For what would be 34 damage as you go flying backwards. So you land near Alexa, like in those trees. What's happened 34? 17? 17 bludgeoning damage.
Awesome.
So you land like back here. Like the tree catches you, and you tumble through the branches. The snow kind of scatters all over you.
Awesome. Okay.
That means that you are currently prone. There we go. And then it is going to move up to half of its movement speed. As it sort of claps those wings and it sort of turns and does a barrel roll down towards the ground. It makes it about 20 feet from the ground.
Now it's scary that it's closer to the ground.
Yeah, as it kind of closes in on everyone. Which brings it to Kitri's air elemental at the top of the round.
Well, dun, dun, dun. He's just gonna make a multi-attack. I think he can do something very similar to Jormag's wing thing. Oh, there it is.
3 slam attacks. It's under the inventory tab. It should have slam listed.
Okay.
Ooh, a
So
critical
the
hit.
first one is a critical hit.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Let's see.
It has advantage still.
Oh yeah.
Not that it matters for that first hit, but
Oh, but it has advantage.
Oh, until Kala's turn, right? Is when that lasts?
Yeah, to the start of my turn.
Sweet. Yeah, I mean, it already...
Another crit?
Yeah, we'll let that go. So... I hate fucking math.
It came one away from
dude,
3 straight
it is
crits.
pissed.
This thing said, I have 1 hit point, and I will ruin
I
your
mean,
day."
I feel bad for the poor man. It's like I summoned them here just to get killed. So like, let him have one
77
thing.
bludgeoning damage.
Let him have one
Yes!
thing.
Fuck yes.
Jimmy, you said it. All it
As
takes is
this-
1 hit point.
This elemental, pulling itself together, just corkscrews right into this dragon and just starts wailing around on it. You guys watch as some of the scales from Jormag's tail just get ripped off and cast down to the ground.
So proud of them.
There's a deep roar. Yeah, that was a hell of a round for a level 5 elemental.
All I gotta say is this is the fortune I just pulled. Come on.
Yes.
What does it say?
I know, right? Nope. All right. Fuck it. Hang on. Kill the filter.
Can't see.
No,
Not all of
shit.
us literally
I
leaning
mean,
forward to
we
the
can see it, but it's blurry.
It's blurry. What
A
does it
bold
say?
attempt is half of success.
Oh, all right. I feel like it's still 50-50. So.
We're gonna fuck this guy up.
Is that the end of the elemental's turn?
That's all it can do. I mean, thank you for your service.
Alright, that brings it to Bertie, and Brina's on deck.
Okay. Yikes, guys. I am going to. Let me look at this real quick. Tree's turn is so far away, so far away. Okay, okay. We got this. Okay, I'm gonna. Let me look at the range on the spell first.
I will say, as Bertie, as you're doing this, I forgot on the initiative 20.
Oh Christ!
Oh no. But it's
Well, it's
21.
not 20 yet. I'm on 21. So
Oh no, you're right. You're right.
Hold your
Hardcore.
horses.
You're good.
No, no,
You're good.
no, no.
No, no.
No, no, God, no.
No.
Okay, I am going to. I think I can get like. Now that doesn't make sense. Hold on. Hold on. If I get there. That should be. What's the? If she's 90 feet away, I guess that's. Is there any penalty to hop up onto this log? Is it like high off the ground log, or just like regular log on ground?
The log's only, I mean, it varies in height from like 2 to 3.5 feet. It's fairly large, but so it'd be like difficult terrain. Just to get up on
perfect.
it. But
With
yeah.
freedom of movement, no problem. I unaffected. So I'm going to hop up here onto this log with 30 feet of movement.
Okay.
And that puts Kala in 60 feet. And I'm going to use a 7th level heal on Kala. So that is 80 hit points to you. I'm then going to, I'm then going to use my last bardic inspiration on a mantle of inspiration to, I believe, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Everybody except Galatar gets 14 temp HP. Plus, you can immediately use your reaction to move up to your speed without provoking attack of opportunity. I don't really want to do that.
Oh no!
Oh no!
Not again.
I hate where I am. But I've got to get to Alexa at some point. I'm just gonna stay here, and we'll go with that.
You use half your movement getting up from prone, correct? So I'll get 20 feet closer to your boy.
Yeah, that's it for me.
Okay.
Oh, you're taking your. Oh yeah. Take your reaction to move
Avail
up to your
myself of
speed.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. I got your back.
Maybe.
Well, shoot. I tell you what. Yeah. I'll look at. I'll look at Keetri. I go. Do you want to get Alexa, or you want me to? And I'll let her respond to that.
On her turn.
Well, whenever, you know, depends
I
on what kind of rules you're playing.
I got Alexa. I can get her.
All right, cool.
I think I can get her.
That's the last of the big heals for your boy here. the tank's empty, and that will be my turn.
Okay. That'll bring it to Brina. Kala on deck.
All right, the baby. Brina's got 40 feet of movement. He's 30.
I would say at the end of that turn, he will use his last legendary action for this round. And he's just going to swipe his tail at the air elemental.
I hope he misses. Whiff.
Yeah,
no, it's gone.
Good try.
Moving.
Moment
You
of
guys watch
silence
that
for our
tail
fallen
just
friend.
whooshes right through the area, and the air is just dispersed.
Teacher feels like shit.
It's a victorious roar.
What a dick dragon.
Back to his scary time. Oh my god, guys. Okay. Is it my turn?
Yep.
Okay. Brittany's got 40 feet of movement. With that, would she be able to get, 30 feet, she'd be able to get within range based on the hypotenuse?
Yeah, is that how far away you are?
Yeah, 30
Yeah.
feet away.
Yeah, you can get adjacent to him in 30 feet.
Okay, that's what I'm gonna do. And I've got a question for you. Am I able to use attack with one hand and then use the other hand to not necessarily grapple him, but grapple myself to him?
So to grab onto him,
Yeah.
Interesting. Because yeah,
I want to go for a ride.
I don't know mechanically how that would work, but I would love to see one arm wrapped around one
It's
of
like a
these
reverse
dragons.
grapple,
It's a
almost.
reverse grapple.
Kinda, yeah. You would make either athletics or acrobatics contested by its acrobatics check. Cling to its body. Yeah.
Bucket, like bucket, whatever. Would this function as my action?
Yes, it would be an action to attempt to grab on.
Fuck it, let's try it. Fuck it. Let's go, guys. Let's be silly. Athletics.
Uses its action to make. Yeah, okay. 30, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Alright, and this is a check, not a save.
Mm-hmm. I have advantage on attacks, checks, and saves right now with foresight. Jormag has disadvantage because I don't want him to do good.
You're wearing flying boots?
Yes.
So you use Birdie's inspiration to kick off the ground, and as you kind of get your balance, you charge forward, and as you get near the thing, it's moving like an eastern dragon, like serpentine through the air, and you just catch it on the upswing, and you put your hand forward and grab onto one of these exposed sort of icy crystalline chest scales, and you grab on for dear life, and as it thrashes to try to move its way out of your grip, it cannot, and you manage to hold on tightly.
Cool. If that's
Rumbling
my
roar of frustration.
I am movement action. I'll use my bonus action to become the wolf, channeling that form.
Okay.
The spirit therein, and
Muscles quake and bulge, fingers extended to claws and dig tightly into that scale.
exactly. And for the Brita's just gonna hold her ass right there, guys.
Okay.
Where he goes, I'm going to.
All right. That will bring it to Kala.
I am gonna try to shoot the dragon twice.
Okay. 25 will hit. Damage.
56, yeah.
Okay. It is looking pretty hurt. And a crit. She doesn't get crit on sneak.
Yeah.
Later, bitch.
Yeah.
Later,
But still,
bitch.
that's 35.
I think the 35.
Oh no, you're right. You're
Yeah.
right. Nope, I'm dumb.
So 13?
13.
Still. Respect.
That's still
then I'm
very
gonna move
nice
over here.
damage overall.
69 damage.
Nice.
Yeah.
Excellent.
And now on initiative 20.
Oh.
As Brina is clinging to this, Alexa, you watch as her form kind of ripples and pulses, hair thick and dark growing out, her clawed limbs. You've seen this before. And Brina is holding on for dear life, sword in one hand locked onto Jormag's chest. Jormag is like spinning in circles, trying to outmaneuver her and fling her free. And as it sort of gives up that fight, it turns to you, its head sort of corkscrewing upside down.
Super.
And you see the eyes go from the brilliant sort of blue that had flared when it started to use its magic to utter black. They just blink out like there aren't eyes there. It's just this dark void. And you hear in your mind, "They have betrayed you. They are envious of such power. See how they plan to turn against you." And I need you to make an intelligence saving throw.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
I'm decent at those at least.
Well, okay. Interesting.
Nothing, yeah, nothing
It's a
we can
weird
counter spell or
phrasing.
anything, is it? Yeah.
Is this just the power of his personality?
Mm.
Okay, I'm gonna pop tides on this, just in case. Oh, okay.
Natural 20 for a 29. You have this weird, fuzzy sensation in the back of your mind, and for a moment, as you're kind of looking around the battlefield, you see Kala sort of turning to you and giving you this nasty look as she kind of shifts her feet to get more cover from you behind this tree. And Birdie and Keytree, now on this log and on the stone, looking at Jormag and conjuring magic, seem to turn slightly in your direction. And you see Keytree's lips are moving and says, Alexa. And you know that something nefarious is happening, but then you're able to kind of push through that and realize that battle continues, and you've almost succumbed to the temptation of Jormag.
Oh boy.
Almost.
And that will bring it to Galatar, with Keytree on deck.
All right. First thing I'm going to do is fire one of my little sword motes from around my head at Jormag with my bonus action. So I'll roll to hit with that. And nat 20 on the second one. So that'll be. Come on, good rolls. 10, 21, 31, 34, 46 plus what is that?
12, 40, 12, I think.
Sorry, no, I rolled wrong. Did I do? Is it 40, 12? I don't know why I rolled this. Whoops, hold on. Let me re-roll.
I think it's, yeah, 40, 12.
I was doing 60, 10 from whatchamacallit? Sorry, that was my fault.
Strike.
Yep. Okay.
Mm.
So 40, 12. There you go.
Yes, 40,
All right.
12.
10, 10, 6 and
48.
1. So 27 plus 48, which is 75.
75
Oh.
radiant damage.
Yeah, 75 radiant damage.
With a single bonus action.
But then he's still 20 feet in the air, right?
Yes.
Okay. Well, the only thing I guess I can try to do is fire cantrip at him. So I'll do that. I would imagine he can beat a DC 19, but I will fire a mind slur at him to make him make an intelligence saving throw.
He does succeed.
Yeah, I figured. What you can do about that one, you know?
That's a shock.
Okay. Yeah, what are you gonna do? I'm gonna actually stay where I am for now. Actually, let me move 5 feet closer, and then I'm gonna stay there.
Okay.
Oh,
Animal handling?
I don't know why it rolled
Manhandle some
animal
animals.
handling. Oh, I guess I accidentally clicked it when I turned over. Did I take down Jormag? Does he love me now? I rolled a nat 20.
Definitely not an animal.
That was
All right,
sweet, but then-
that will bring it to Keytree. And then Jormag's on deck,
Oh no.
which I guess I can go ahead and see now. Does he get his breath?
What do you gotta see now?
Okay. Keytree's gonna go. Oh. Okay. Keytree's going to let me double check. I need to double check. Oh, I don't have to be. Oh, sweet. Okay. Just need to look at the range to make sure that I can move like 120 feet. Okay. Karina's within 120 feet of me, right? Oh yeah. Okay. Cool, cool, cool. Keytree is gonna move. Don't want to go out on the ice. She's gonna move 20 feet, just running towards sort of Alexa. And then she will use her action to cast her 6th level heal on Alexa.
Ooh.
So you get 70 hit points.
I might be able to take another breath.
And then as my bonus action, I would like to use 4 of my Balm of the Summer Court dice on Brina. So you get, if you've lost any hit points, you get 4 temporary. And then you get, well, you get 12 HP back.
Oh, thanks, love.
Thanks,
love.
Yeah, that's about all I got. There's just like a little frozen tear kind of running down her cheek as she's like, I'm so sorry for the elemental. She's like, oh my gosh.
Not for our group about to die.
Can't save the whales. Can't save the elementals.
Oh boy, here we go.
At this
Can't save
point,
anyone.
Jormag angles his chin upward and for a moment sort of corkscrews up towards the sky before turning 180 over top of you, Galatar. And Brina, all of a sudden you get that elevator flip-flop as you're turned upside down and he barrels towards the ice and smashes through the ice at your feet, Galatar. I need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
Okay.
And Brina's holding on, right? Okay.
Yeah,
I mean that's up to Brina.
Great, great.
Brina makes good
That's
decisions.
only a 17, boss.
You foresaw this coming, though.
Oh, I did.
Galadar sees it, but still gets fucked. I see two realities. Both of them end with me frozen in death.
Does this count as an attack against an ally, or is this just like dragon is big?
This is just movement.
I'm sorry, what?
This
there we go.
dragon is big.
This is
What?
a basic movement?
Guys, he's just walking.
Yeah.
Guys, he's just wandering around. He doesn't mean it.
As
I'm gonna throw up.
Brina and
Ah!
disappeared.
Where
with
am
you.
I?
What was your dexterity save?
17?
17. It slams its massive bulk into the ice, which just caves, and he disappears. This cold water splashing up, and his wings and tail flicker. It's almost like a maelstrom, and you get caught up in the sort of spiny protrusions on the end of his tail, and you get sucked down beneath the water. Take a deep breath, and you are sucked underneath in this frigid darkness.
What did I
Brina,
do?
You hear this crack, and then all of a sudden the world goes black, and you feel nothing but cold as this horrible freezing water rushes past you. You're trying desperately to hold on. You cannot breathe. But you feel the strength and the speed of this creature moving through this water is amazing. Make a, for shits and giggles, make a strength saving.
For shits and giggles. You won't get trapped under the ice and drown. For shits and
What
giggles.
could go wrong? I'm pretty
What's gonna
See
happen?
if you can maintain your grip as this force of water is pushing
Oh!
With your wolf claws now
Yeah,
dug firmly in, you feel the scale that you're holding onto kind of pry and give a little, and you can almost hear this echo of a roar beneath the water as Jormag kind of howls in pain, but you manage to hold and keep your fingers nestled in there as you are pulled through the water. Galatar, you no longer feel the tug. The damage is done, and you are now sort of suspended in this arctic water, and you can just barely see above you the light of gray daylight and what looks like a hole formed in the ice above you.
Wow, so that was just his movement, huh? That's pretty cool.
Yeah. All right.
Like us.
Good. Good. I'm glad we
Jormag.
felt up here a minute ago.
Classic Jormag move.
That'll bring it to Alexa.
Super. Super. Well, that does kind of fuck everything I was thinking. quick pivot. Quick pivot. I have to touch 30 feet.
Oh, wait a minute. No, no, he has his action left. And Brina's holding on to him. Fuck it. Yeah.
No.
Damn
He
it!
ended his
Oh,
turn.
no.
I'm so
Yeah.
sorry. We can't retcon.
It's a
Ryan, you
bite
didn't
and two
say it.
claw
It was your
attacks.
turn. What?
Yeah. Yeah, you got multi-attack.
Like chess
He
run.
does have
If you take your
disadvantage.
hand off the piece,
Oh,
your
Yeah,
window's over.
disadvantage.
Thank you, he has disadvantage. That is a good point.
You foresight.
Does 22 hit?
Yeah.
Oh, I've totally got shit I can do.
That would
yeah.
be... It would be 28 piercing damage reduced to 14. And it would be 13 cold damage reduced to 6, reduced to 3. His claw attack, natural 1, doesn't matter, won't hit. 21 will hit. That will be 26 slashing reduced to 13 because you're raging. And that'll be Alexa's turn.
Okay.
Coolest roller coaster ever.
Yeah,
Literally.
you feel like as you're being
Super.
pulled through this water, he is just desperately trying to rake his like Tyrannosaurus arms across his chest and dislodge you.
Hooray.
You feel like the snapping of his jaws as it catches on some of your armor, tries to pull your sword away. But you manage to hold on.
Hooray. That's classic Brina move.
No, that's not helpful. Yeah, I really don't. Fuck. I mean, I guess I can just hold a firebolt. I mean, because where's the 120 feet of me? Let's look around here. Okay, so the previous hole. Okay, yeah, I'll move a couple feet away. Just hide in this bush, essentially, I guess. And I'm gonna hold a firebolt and hope he appears within 120 feet of me.
Okay. That'll bring it to Birdie. Brina's on deck.
Okay.
Damn you, Jormag.
Okay. So Jormag and Brina are just under the water. No can see.
Who's to say?
You see the hole made by his departure.
Let me ask this. Can we see any shapes or anything moving under the ice? Like, are they hundreds of feet below? We don't know.
It is not clear ice, unfortunately.
This isn't Birdie's filtered water.
Yeah. I don't want to use my intelligence save stuff because I fucking know he's gonna save on it. I tell you what. What I'll do is I will. Yeah, I'll go over here to Key Tree, and I will. While we have kind of like a moment here. I'll give her a second level cure wounds.
Caravans?
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, 14 heal to you.
Vending cares.
And then I will move, let's see, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. I'll move over here by Alexa. That'll be my turn.
I don't think
Okay.
you want to stand near me.
That'll bring
On the
to-
contrary, I will get you back up, Alexa. No worries.
Bring it to Brina. Kala's
Alright,
on
baby.
deck.
I'm gonna hit his ass under the water.
Okay.
Your
This
blessing.
would be a disadvantage, but so it'll be a straight roll.
Oh, she's.
Oh,
I can hate my life.
Yeah.
oh, there we
Birdie
go.
will hit.
This one-handed.
That's still some sick
You
damage.
can use your discretion with flaming because it's magical, but I'm also underwater.
It is magical flame. So you have just barely enough light to try to see. And as you swing, like the force of the water and the cold, at first you feel the impact of the blade on the scales, and it just sort of ricochets off. But then you kind of position yourself better with your claws kind of sunk in where they are. You manage to stab the sword beneath another scale and sort of pry it up a little bit. You can feel the sort of bubbling heat of the flame underneath the scale. Yeah, that's what, 25?
It's
Okay.
a solid fucking hit.
Gross.
Yeah. A sort of bellowing roar from under the ice. You all sort of hear this muted up above.
Oh.
Galatar, I would say you're probably like 30 feet down, and you can just see this flickering glow of Brina's sword like disappearing into the distance.
Should be fine.
Bye, Brina.
It's a cool sight to drown too.
Functionally, there's nothing else that she can do for a bonus action or movement, but she's just gonna dig herself in even deeper.
Okay. Continue to
If
hold
you're
on.
holding her breath is based on Constitution, she's got like 3
Yeah, no,
minutes.
you've got like minutes.
You can win.
My ass is staying here for as long as needed.
All right,
Phoebus.
that will bring it to Kala.
I'm just gonna move between these 2 trees, bonus action hide, and then drink a potion.
Okay. Richard and Giggle, go ahead and make your stealth check.
Oh.
Right.
Damn.
All right, that's it.
Okay. Alright, so at that, Rena, you feel the momentum suddenly shift, and once again, it sort of unfolds its wings and beats them to give itself an extra boost of speed, and you feel the impact as it shatters the ice above it and emerges once more from the frozen lake. I need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
Okay. Please don't fuck this up.
9.
What?
Yeah. What else happens, Ryan?
As Jormag appears,
Out of my range, bastard.
you, Brina,
Then what else happens, Ryan?
your grip is loosened, and as it shatters its way up through the ice, you would take 18 bludgeoning. You take 18, but it's reduced to 9 because you're raging.
Another 9.
But as the shards of ice from the lake kind of rake across its exterior, they catch you. One of them just like clocks you solid on the head, and your grip is loosened. And as it flies up into the air, you are dropped. You end up like 10 feet deep in the cold water.
Okay. Oh, Jesus, motherfucker, damn.
That was still fucking awesome as hell, though.
Okay, cool. Okay, cool. That makes me feel good about it.
Huh.
Got me back on the big map. I'm so scared of the dark map. The forbidden map.
Oh, does it go dark when you go invisible?
Yes.
Oh, that's
or when
cool.
I go underground or wherever.
Yeah, so this would be you here, and then say, I don't know if this will do negative, say negative 10 feet. There we go. That's weird, it should put you on top of that. We'll get to that later.
Am I able to use my reaction to make an attack of opportunity, or is this because he's dropping my ass? There's not really a...
Yeah, he's not so much
Second
leaving
hand.
your range as you're leaving his.
Okay.
Yeah, you just like tumble through the air and then into the water.
Cool. Sploosh.
Let me see. Is he... as he rears up out of the water, you guys all hear another triumphant roar, and you can see like he is covered in scratches. Parts of his scales have started peeling off. There are burn marks. And as he moves upward, he does that sort of corkscrew slowly in the air again, and his eyes flash from bright blue to that black darkness. And I need Bertie to make an intelligence saving throw.
Not Bertie.
Oh,
Well,
Bertate.
no, he's dumb as fuck.
Bertate.
So what the hell? Like, honestly.
As you hear
Oh,
these same
no!
whispers in the back of your mind, they will betray you. You need me. See how they plan to turn against you. And as you look around, Alexa's right behind you, and you hear her muttering a spell. You turn, look over your shoulder, and you see she is holding a spell, and she is staring right through you. Petrie is sort of looking carefully in your direction and looks to be slowly kind of approaching your position. Kala has disappeared. You don't know where she is, but you know she's a predator. Galatar is beneath the ice somewhere, but he surely can't be up to any good. So you are... you consider everything you can see hostile. On your turn, you have to attack a creature you can see at random.
Oh god.
That's why we all have numbers.
And if someone provokes an attack of opportunity by leaving your range, you must take it.
Okay.
So yes, when it comes time, roll a d6, and then you can hover over your tokens of your friends, and they will have a number.
That's
That
what the
fucking
numbers
sucks.
are for, asshole. First of all, I do want to say I think Birdie should have been number 1. That's a separate issue, but
Oh,
Follow up
I
on
think you just
number
confirmed
three.
that all Jormag did was prove Birdie's pre-existing feelings about us. That we were
Right.
just jealous.
Man.
It instilled some paranoia.
Oh, it's gonna be
some
brutal, guys.
Birdie was like, I knew all along they hated me.
insecurity.
that will bring it to Galatar.
I'm
I
scared.
thought I'm not after Birdie. I thought I was after.
He hasn't
Cole.
gone yet.
Oh,
That's
okay.
right,
That
he-
was just
Birdie-
his
yeah.
intelligence.
That was his level round
Yeah.
20 bullshit.
Okay,
That was just
gotcha.
not a layer action.
Okay, so I'm going to swim up to the opening if I can. As
So
my
it's
movement have
Difficult
to anything?
terrain. Yeah, it's when you're swimming, it's difficult terrain.
Okay. I will use my action to dash, which will give me 80 feet of movement reduced to 40, and you said I was 30 away, so would that be enough to get me up and then kind of out of the water?
Yes.
I'd have 10
so
feet
you
of
have-
movement once I got to the top.
As you say, you have 40 normally.
Yeah.
So you can go 20, and then you can dash for 40 more, 20 more, 10 feet of movement. You can crawl out onto the top of the ice. We'll say you're still prone, because you don't have half of your movement left to stand, but you can crawl out and be prone on the surface if you want.
That's fine. Laying prone, I'm going to fire another mode of light right at that asshole dragon as I just reach out my hand, pulling myself up
Yeah.
off the.
Be a straight
Ice.
roll because you're prone.
Yep. That is a natural 1.
Yeah. You just
Ugh,
managed to
that's
get out
rough,
there, and
man.
you find that you are fortunately still holding your sword, but even as you take a breath, you see these floating motes, and you're reminded. Motion for one of them, you try to side sling it, and as Jormag is weaving his way through the air and he twists upside down to stare at Birdie, it just misses.
Cool. Great. I'm gonna go ahead and, if it's okay, move my 5 feet out of the actual darkness to there, if that's okay.
Mhm.
Okay. Cool. Then yeah, that's all I can do.
Alright, that brings it to Petrie.
Has she noticed any sort of behavioral change in Bertie?
I would say at this point, the only thing, your passive perception's silly, right?
It's
My passive
22.
perception has got to
it's
be
21, yeah.
Yeah. So with a 21 passive perception, I will say that you've noticed that Bertie has stopped in front of Alexa and is now looking around the battlefield looking at each of you, and his motions are a little more like jerking than normal. But he hasn't done
Agitated.
anything overt. Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna, and I know that we know he plays mind games, so that's not like oh. But in this instance, I then would like. Okay, if I could, I'd like to use hold person on Birdie.
Oh, okay.
He needs to make a wisdom saving throw, DC 19.
19.
Ooh.
Okay. Well,
That's a +2. That's just the dice. I was like, hell yeah, he's done. He's done for.
and
Uh-oh.
and Galatar's out of the ice now. Oh gee, you look fine. And I can't see Brina. I don't
Hello,
think.
mate. I'm fine.
Okay, well, you know. Okay. Yeah. She's very frustrated because she just tried to hold person Birdie and it didn't work. But she's gonna move. Let's go 5, 10, 15, 20. She is gonna move 30 feet away, trying to scatter. Yeah.
I love it.
That's gonna be her turn. She's like, oh shit. He's upset. Oh shit, it didn't work. Okay, bye.
I'm out.
All right. As Jormag assesses the situation, you can see his breathing is sort of ragged. But even as you notice that, you see that it slows and he takes a more methodical series as he starts to breathe deeper and deeper. You see the sort of foggy, coalescing cold air sucking into his maw as he takes a great deep breath and his breath weapon recharges.
Oh, fuck.
Well,
Ouch.
guess we don't have to worry about Birdie now.
He ain't gonna heal you.
Brina is under the water, but this will hit everybody else.
Little old me.
Does he know I'm there? Does it matter that I'm hiding?
It doesn't matter that you're hiding because you're just in the area. Yeah. He
Is
doesn't
this a
really
con
have
save?
to aim much. Yeah, so this is a Constitution saving though, from everybody except Brina.
Ooh, nice. 29.
He's going after his boy, his dog out here, his #1 fan.
Fuck.
Dude,
Pretty sure you
you
said
get
everything
to
is hostile.
remake the intelligence saving throw because you take damage.
So I view everything as hostile. Seeing this come in, I'll use my reaction to use Cape of the Dandy if I see this coming in.
Oh, for sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, I know that incapacitates me. It gives me temp HP, but I technically still take damage, off that temp HP.
But you do take it, so you can go ahead and make your.
Okay. Let me do the whole temp HP thing because I get 180 temporary.
It's so fucking good.
Oh, I'm fucking dead.
And how much
Okay.
damage is that for a fail?
So Galatar, you would take 38, and your cold shield.
Down to 19.
Yeah. The rest of you would take 77 cold damage.
Do I get
Have
that
1 hit
half
point if for not for Birdie's
because of
HP.
Yes, Birdie. So Birdie is resistant, and Keytree is resistant. So both of you would take 38 instead of 77.
Okay. I'm under the shield. I have 142 temp HP left.
Also, since I still have my reaction, I'm gonna go ahead and use an absorb elements on that as well to lower it to 9.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And it's 11 on my intelligence save, so
I am
probably not.
shocked.
Get him this time.
I'm fucking dumb, guys. I'm never breaking out of that. If it's a higher DC higher than like 18 or something, no way.
Yeah, DC's probably 21.
Oh, dude, I think it's 21, 22, something insane.
Yeah.
I literally can't make that then. Like
That's all right.
I
This is
have
who Birdie was
+0.
meant to be all along.
It's
We
Birdie's
Come
villain
on,
arc.
you. God damn it, get back over here, bitch.
As he becomes the champion
Oh, he
of
moved
Jormag.
closer?
He moves across the ice and down to the ground as he is sort of hovering just at ground level, sort of winding back and forth as he takes a better view
Fucking,
of
as
what's
I
going on here.
My vision clears after that ice breath. I use my reaction
Okay.
and whiff wildly.
His movement is just so chaotic and strange. And that will bring it to Alexa.
Yeah. Man, yeah, I want to kick Birdie because
You just see on the ground after his like shriek of there's just like a little dome.
Dome of snow-covered, clear,
Yeah.
translucent stuff.
but I am gonna run away from him at least. Gonna go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. All right, then let's do it upright. Use my last big slot, the 6th level, and go all out. Checking everything off. I will quicken this so I can follow it up with the firebolt. And these are not at advantage this time, unfortunately. So I want to make sure it's 7, I think, at 6th level. Yeah, 7. Okay. 1,
That'll hit for 7.
2,
That will not hit. That will hit for 9 more.
4,
That'll hit for 8 more.
5,
Will not hit.
6,
That will hit for 12 more.
7.
That will hit for 7 more. And you get to re-roll one of those dice.
Yes, I will say which. Yeah, so yeah, one of them was a 6. So 1 more.
44 damage so far.
And no surge on the table.
Nice.
And then the firebolt. With the wand, which I forgot last time.
The 19 will not hit.
Oh, but I do get a proc off the table.
Alright, meta magic.
Oh, please be something helpful.
Within roll a 1, 2, 3, 4. Roll a d4.
Or
You cast fly on yourself.
No, period.
oh, wow, shit, that's kind of handy.
And it just lasts for the duration because it's a wild magic thing. So 44 fire damage.
It's pretty decent. I'll take that.
Yeah, he's looking hurt.
And that does end my turn. That's everything.
Right. Yeah. All right, that brings us to the top of the round at Birdie's turn. Who is incapacitated.
So he takes his turn and he's back up. He doesn't have the temp anymore, but that's his turn.
Okay.
Because I'm thinking outside the bun with this.
So you're no longer incapacitated. Your shield goes away. You're able to move though, right? Or is that the end of your turn?
No, I become unincapacitated at the end of my turn, essentially.
Okay. All right. So yeah, even now laying on the snow, the dragon bloodied severely and floating nearby. As you look around, you can see Keytree looking awfully sus. Galatar kind of crawling along the ice. Why is he prone? Why is he crawling? Is he facing you? You don't like that look he's giving you. You hear Alexa
don't.
around somewhere, and you know Kala's nearby, but you're not sure where. That'll bring it to Brina.
We're coming to get you, Birdie.
Like,
Basically.
should be fine. I hate chasing this motherfucker across the board, but what's a girl to do? Brina will get her 10 feet out of the water and then run.
It'll take about 20 feet to get there because it's difficult terrain.
Run.
Unless you have a swim speed. Are you wearing your swimmy cloak thing?
She wouldn't have put it on for any actual reason.
Okay.
Honestly, it's just kind of around. Brina just thinks it's another cool thing. I wish I could say yes. Okay, yeah.
You have 40 feet of movement or 50 in wolf?
50 right now.
Okay, so you got 30 feet left, and as soon as you're out of the water, you can fly, so...
Yes. She's still... Oh my god, this map is so big. Oh my god, Ryan. Alright, well, we'll put her right there. I hate my life. No, come back, please. Okay, and with that, she's gonna throw, while, I guess, running out of that water, sword in one hand, if she can reach back with her other, and toss a javelin. It'll be a straight roll, and it'll probably be fine.
How far off the ground do you want to be?
Like
Like
10
even?
feet.
10 feet?
Well, it's a 15, so...
Yeah. You
Really
watch
hit.
it sail through the air and it sort of clatters to the ice short of Jormag.
Right, well, that was really exciting. That'll be my turn.
Oh.
What happens now?
At this point, furious.
We all get free hugs.
Jormag looks at you, Alexa, having dealt so much fire damage over multiple rounds, and he is going to use all 3 of his legendary actions.
That's excessive.
What am I doing? That's not right. There we go.
I don't look that good. I mean,
Oh, what the hell? Rolled balls on that damage. What?
It doesn't matter.
I don't think it's
It's
gonna.
like ones. No, it's probably not gonna matter. So, as it, like 2 of its claws kind of anchor it in place for a moment, as its back half starts lashing wildly from side to side, and you watch as it opens its mouth and its eyes flash that brilliant blue again, and those motes, those 4 motes of crystalline ice shards form and then rocket towards you in the shape of icy spears. That is cold damage. 41 cold damage. Boom, 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 boom.
That's
All at once.
more than twice needed.
Yeah. Keetra, you watch as these sail past you in a beeline, leaving little frost trails behind them, and they just stick into Alexa. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's kind of like watching somebody get shot in a 90s movie. Just pop, 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 and Alexa goes down. And that will bring it to Kala. I would say, Kala, you see the ice spears streak across the air, but you can't really see Alexa.
Am I hidden? I rolled a 27.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna run out from behind these trees and try to shoot Jormag.
That'll hit. 39.
39. And I'm gonna run into these other trees and bonus action hide.
Okay. Do a juke move, run around the trees, like poke out. As you see these magical bolts of icy force shatter behind the trees to your right, take that moment of distraction hit Jormag and then you duck behind these other trees, and he does not seem to notice you. I mean, he notices he got hit, and as his head whips around to kind of survey the scene, you disappear behind the trees, gather that you are once again hidden. At this point, momentarily distracted and having taken down one of his enemies, there is a roar of triumph, and he slowly begins to spin through the air once more in a little corkscrew maneuver, this time locking eyes with Keytree. I need you to make an intelligence saving throw.
No,
The
no,
blue winks
Ryan.
out, and those inky black voids look into you, and you just hear, "Your friends will betray you. You need my strength, my protection."
Sexy.
Did I do it?
You, this is, but you have fucking been here. You have done that. You have bought the
Period.
t-shirt. If Mordremoth couldn't do it, Jormag stands no chance, and you just shrug that off and do not listen.
She said, "I have been gaslit once before. Gaslight me once. Shame on me."
Do you have a mental retort you would like to aim in Jormag's direction?
Eat a fire dick, you asshole.
And that will bring it to Galatar's turn with Keytree on deck.
Oh, shit.
Wow, that was eloquent. I loved it. Okay, Galatar is going to use half his movement to stand up. And then what I would like to do is to cast a wall of force where I currently have, I don't know if you can see the measuring tool there.
I cannot.
So I've got it from, maybe I can draw a line here. Nope, that's a shit. I don't know how stuff works, right?
There's a little pencil icon.
Uh-huh.
And then like the fifth one down just above the A is freehand.
Oh, okay, I see.
Like a little
So
scribble.
I'm gonna draw it from one to. Imagine that was a straight line of 10-foot by 10-foot panels. So I'd like to anchor it up to the rock and have it on the ground, and it'll be 5 panels across. And then it'll be 2 panels high in every spot because there are 10 total panels. So it'll be 50 feet across, 20 feet high. That should provide cover for Keytree and hopefully maybe Alexa.
I think I can give this a little, call this, make it look like electricity.
Ooh,
There we go.
like it.
It's forceful.
Yeah.
Wow, that is how a wall of force should look. Okay, cool. So I will use half my movement to stand up. That leaves me with 20 more feet. And I'm gonna go 10. I move so slow on this damn ice. All right, 15, 20 to there. And I'm gonna fire another one of my motes at the dragon here.
Okay.
Okay. First one's definitely gonna hit. Second one's a nat one. So 17 plus 10 is 27 to hit.
Yes, 27 will hit.
And that is 4, 1, 5, so 10, 22 points of damage.
How many?
22 points of radiant damage.
22 points of radiant damage.
That was a real bad roll, except for the 12 at the end. 3 of those were 5s and belows. Okay. And then that is all I can do. How high is he currently in the air?
Right now he's practically on the ground.
Oh, okay, cool. Good to know for later.
Okay. Cool. All right. 22 radiant damage. He is looking really rough. That will bring it to Keytree.
All right. She will have seen Alexa basically get shot down, and then the dragon tries to fuck with her mind. And she's gonna yell, "Alexa, and then use her bonus action to hidden paths over to Alexa.
Mhm.
So directly next to her. And then
I would say at that point, Kala, you hear that being shouted. And Birdie as well.
I'm gonna use my action to use a cure wounds. And that will be at which level? It will be at 5th. So where did it go?
5th level, cure wounds.
Alexa, you get 32 hit points.
Woohoo! I breathe again.
We're getting down there with the spell slots. And that was my action, but okay, then I guess mechanical question. If I wanted to like sort of drag, like use my movement, my actual movement to drag Alexa sort of on the ground closer to where
it would just be difficult terrain.
Okay, so I could theoretically get us like to here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Then I would like to just grab her and just drag us over.
Yeah, absolutely.
Very willing.
And that will be her turn. That's all she's got.
All right. Now Jormag's turn. Jormag is going to move.
Understand our position. Give up willingly. Decide to clean up his magic act.
Does he get his breath weapon back?
Power of friendship has compelled me.
He does not. So instead, he is going to surge forward.
Individually, fuck our days up.
Now I'm on his team right now. Hold on a minute.
That's true. That is
He's got
true.
me charmed and beguiled here.
Bewildered even.
So how high was the wall of force?
It's 20 feet high.
20 feet high. That's what I thought.
20 feet high, 50 feet wide.
He's got crazy flight speed. He will descend on this other side of the wall.
Cool.
That's so cool, Ryan.
You watch, and it's kind
We
of
inconvenienced him.
because he starts to slither, almost touching the ground. You watch as like this dusting of snow along the ice sort of wisps in his wake, and as he's closing in on Keytree, his head sort of clung to the side as he hits this wall of force. It like really rings his bell for a second, and he pulls his clawed hands up and starts to like skitter up until he finds the edge. As he reaches down, there's another one of these long roars as he descends down and curls himself up to strike. He is going to try a claw attack against Keytree.
I don't know, my D&T is fucked up.
Oh boy.
25 will hit. That would be 28 slashing damage. And then another 25 to hit for 19 slashing damage.
Hey.
Oh, are they none directed at me?
Not yet.
Oh, okay, cool.
Keytree will try to grab Alexa and like curl herself around her if she can.
And there will be his last attack is a bite attack as he reaches down and tries to snap at you. You hear in your mind, "If you will not join me willingly, then I shall devour you." And a 32 will hit.
Oh yeah.
34 piercing damage and 16 reduced to 8 cold damage.
I'm out. The 34
Oh, guys. Oh, guys.
And now he shifts his gaze to you, Alexa.
Cool.
No!
And that brings it to Alexa's turn.
Man, I really don't have anything big left now that we're like face to face where it'd be more epic. But yeah, I don't really know. I mean, yeah, I guess we'll just keep hitting him with fire because it's working so well.
I mean, it has.
Yeah. My last, I think. No, I still have enough. Never mind. So yes, quickened 5th level Scorching Iris, and we'll follow it up with a Firebolt.
Okay.
I am definitely only got about 3 more of those. Or 2 more, actually. Anyways, 6 rolls. 1,
That hits for 3.
2,
20 does not hit.
3,
4 will hit for 6 more.
4,
That will hit for 4 more.
5,
That'll hit for 12 more.
and 6.
That does not hit.
Alright, and 2 of those were 6s. Extra 3 damage.
more.
And
Ooh, and a firebolt.
I'll say and a surge, and then yes, the firebolt. We'll say for fucking yeah, I forgot I'm
Your wand too.
yes, but for the epicness of like the last firebolt, I rise 15 feet up off the ground and just to get out of the range of Keytree in case anything backlashes.
Clever.
But yeah, then firebolt.
21 just misses.
Damn it, I thought so. But
Huh.
oh, I could teleport. Huh.
So in a thunderous crack and a flash of lightning, you teleport 30 feet.
Can I teleport to the other side of the wall of force?
Yeah, if you can see it, you can teleport.
Okay, I just didn't know the magic and wall of force. Obviously, we always. Yes, I will just pop right on the other side of it then.
Jormag is looking very, very hurt. It's just now this thick, viscous, like glacial blue blood dripping onto the ground, and even as it drips, it forms like little icicles dangling off of him, and little spots of slick, clear, ice-like blood on the ground. It's a total of 28 damage.
Yes, that'll end it all.
So, question: at the end of my last turn, would I have gotten to remake the intelligence save? Because I made the save because I took damage on my turn.
You make the save when you take damage.
Okay. Okay then.
Double checking. I've read this like 8 times today just to make sure.
Apologize in advance.
Each time you take damage, you can repeat the throw, ending the effect on a success.
Nice. I was just checking.
Yeah,
you
no,
know.
that's it. That's it.
Thought maybe we'd miss something.
Yeah.
With everything accounted for, it's just the worst day in the world.
So Alexa, as you rise up in the air and hurl that last flame, Jormag just like turns his head and bats that firebolt out of the sky and glares at you, and you can see he's ready to strike. And at that moment, you feel that surge of energy from your wand as it crackles, and with a snap of electricity, you guys watch as Alexa vanishes in a flash of lightning, reappearing on the other side of this wall. And there's just this bellow of rage from Jormag as he knows like he can't hit you just then. So he is going... What is he gonna do? I mean... You're behind behind full cover. Birdie's on his side. He can't see Kala.
Gotta do what you gotta do, man.
I guess question, am I on his side or do I view everything around me as hostile?
Technically, that's correct. You view everything around you as hostile, including him.
Cool.
Oh man.
But I guess he would know that if I took damage, I'd.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he does know how his abilities work.
Yeah.
But he will use
Fucking brutal, bro.
one of his legendary actions. Kitri, will a 20 hit your AC?
That just, let me I think it just hits.
Because it's 19, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, well, that doesn't matter anyway. He doesn't even need to roll damage because you're unconscious. So you guys watch as Jormag sort of floats closer to the ground. He sort of alights on this stone and the fallen tree next to Kitri. One claw grabs onto it. His head rises up over the top of this wall of force and looks out at you, Galatar, as he raises one claw and just brings it crashing down on Kitri.
Oh yeah.
Because it hits and it's in melee, it's a critical hit, so you lose 2 death saving throws.
Yeah.
And now you all hear, not in your minds, but bellowing out with a thunderous force for the first time, the actual voice of the Elder Dragon Jormag, as it says, come out, wherever you are." And that will bring it to Bertie's turn.
Okay. So D6 to see. Is that right? I have to roll a
Technically,
D6?
like, if we could roll a D7, I guess.
We can roll that. I think that's
D6
allowed.
and he takes Kitri's spot.
Yeah, roll a
that seems
D6
like a
and
fair
he'll take
trade.
Kitri's spot because Kitri's unconscious.
She's
Yeah,
not
so
threatening.
Jormag will be number 5.
Okay. Six.
I guess that's a
Myself.
reroll.
Yeah, I guess that doesn't count for you. I guess he should be number 6 for you.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah, then get his.
Well, then I guess.
I
you
mean,
go after Red.
I roll it again. I mean, I don't know how. Well, like, however you want to play that one. I don't know. I don't want to like
We'll say
retcon that
if you
in.
target yourself, target the dragon instead.
Okay.
But we'll let that slide.
So I have to-
Otherwise, because where Kitri's down, technically she's still an enemy.
Okay.
So that's the deal. Is if you target yourself, just target the dragon. But if you target a downed player, target the downed player.
All right. Do you want me to re-roll or you want me to take the 6?
Take the 6. It's all right.
I'm nervous.
We hadn't
Alright.
figured it out until it happened, so it makes sense.
Yeah.
So I've got to attack the dragon.
Yes.
Okay.
To be
I
fair, he's
will
very scary. So,
power up the Asuran wrist rocket and I'll let them all loose. Which is
Okay.
all 7 charges. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Pardon me.
Okay, so what is that? That's. Hold on, I've got a button for it, actually. That's like fucking
Come on.
7th
Magic
level
Missile.
magic missile. Big money. What
Oh,
did it
boy.
roll?
4 times 9.
4 times.
Yeah, 'cause it's just
Yeah,
three,
9.
3
4
darts at level
times
1,
9.
so it's level plus 2.
Yeah, yeah.
So 9 times 4.
36 force damage.
36.
And I've got to roll, since I unloaded them all at once, I've got to roll a d20 to see if it breaks my.
It overloaded. Yeah.
I really hope it did not.
It would be worth it if it blew up.
Whew. Okay, we're good. It's good.
Okay. Is that the end of your turn?
Spell. I don't think I have very many bonus actions I can do. Yeah, I'm out of bonus actions, so that's it for me.
I don't know what to do, guys.
Yeah, I think Birdie's like kind of looking all around at these enemies, and everything is hostile, and kind of like even stumbles in the snow a bit, kind of backwards onto his butt, and like,
Confused.
because he should be prone technically, as he kind of like scrambles back from this big thing. Just all these missiles come out.
So Alexa, you watch as you see these 9 sort of firework explosions all over Jormag, even as it brings its claw up for what would have been a second attack, and it's just similar to the way you were, sort of like shaken around by these multiple impacts. It sort of collapses backwards into this 10-foot high pillar of stone behind it, emitting this long sort of wailing roar. And for a moment, it almost seems to go limp. And as it does so, the wind around the creature begins to stir like a fierce blizzard-like vortex. And all of a sudden, that vortex sucks inward like a focused tornado before this explosion of Arctic air. And Jormag rears up, new spiky shards of ice protruding from its open wounds as it flares with elemental power.
Mm-hmm.
Not level 2, Jormag.
Alexa is protected by the wall of force. Birdie, I need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
No problem. No problem. 13, baby. Let's go.
You take 24 divided by 2 for 12 cold damage as this wintry blast
And make a save?
explodes in
And
this
make
area.
a save, right? Well, so.
Oh, yes, you take damage, so you make a intelligence saving throw.
It was 24 divided by 2, or was it 12 divided by 2?
It was 24 divided by 2 for a total of 12.
Okay, and then I'll make an intelligence save. Is it above a 20?
Yes.
I literally cannot succeed then.
Mathematically, yeah, not unless you were
Yeah.
blessed or inspired.
I have
or
a
something.
+0 to intelligence, so
Okay.
yeah.
So yeah, that was a safe bet, man. He should have gone for you first. I didn't know
Yeah,
that.
go for the fucking dumb ones, I guess.
Go for the dumb hot ones.
Unfortunately, Alexa, as you watch this Arctic blast spread over the area, there is this thick, instant freezing of a thick hoarfrost over every surface, and it sort of like outlines this wall of force on the inside, and you can just barely make out through this frosted like glass the form of Kitri, tucked on the ground, now a frozen solid statue of ice.
Oh no!
Kitri, you are full dead, and you are petrified as a block of eternal ice.
Oh shit!
Wow, that's problematic.
Which brings it to Brina's turn.
Oh my gosh!
I'm sorry, I have to write down full dead block of petrified ice.
Right.
Like. God, this sucks, dog. This really sucks, dog. Okay. This is so hard. Rita's gonna use her movement and action, if possible, to get 20 feet in the air right here so that she can see over the wall of force.
Sure.
And I'm assuming from there she can see the fact that Kitri is now popsically.
Yep. Just barely. It's like you're looking through a frosted window pane.
I just feel like all of her worst fears have come true. And if possible, she's not gonna say anything out loud, but she's gonna try and think towards him, because she can't fucking hit him at this fucking turn. If she's able to think towards him, I am entitled to combat with you on the grounds that you have harmed my family and my people and now my friends. Let's fucking go. Like, I think she's trying to throw down the gauntlet.
Okay. Right. You usher this mental challenge to the elder dragon Jormag, the dragon of ice and enchantment.
He's probably excited.
At the end of your turn?
Look, I guess. I fucking guess.
Okay. That'll bring it to Kala.
And then call you hit him, please.
Kill him, please.
I'm gonna run out from this tree and try to shoot. Or Mag.
Okay.
Agjor.
Just as you break cover of the tree, you see as he's now looking out over the expanse of the lake as Brina, he's kind of turned his head towards her, and you are able to use that to hit him. That moment of distraction. 35? Okay. Yeah, solid hit. You watch as it like digs into the scales, like between where his wing connects to his back. Like he winces in pain. He's currently looking at Brina, but his eyes quickly turn back in your direction. I assume you are taking the hide action.
Yeah, I'll bonus action hide again.
Okay. You manage to duck back into the trees before his head whips around to see you. And you are hit. And at initiative 20, Galatar, at this point, his head sort of snakes over your wall of force, and as he does so, it begins to rotate in that familiar way.
Oh, no.
The blue of his eye magic turns to black in those dark voids. Looking towards you, you hear those whispers in your mind. Your friends are going to betray you. See how they're acting. You know this to be true. Join me. And you see that Brina is now solely focused on him. You know she's not trying to protect you. You know she's not in this for you. And Birdie, he is on his ass. He's attacked the dragon, but he is sizing up tactically what everyone else is doing. Kala's just run to hide. There's no telling what she's doing. I need you to make an intelligence saving throw.
Okay, I didn't roll great, but I think with my plus 11, it's still enough. So 23.
You managed to shake it off.
It was a nat 1 and a 12. I was real worried.
Great work, nerd.
Everything
Great work, nerd. You did it.
Everything kind of blurs for a moment, but you are able to push through it and realize there was some sort of enchantment trying to take hold, but you fought it. And that brings it to your turn.
Is his head, so his head is over the wall of force?
Yeah, he's tall enough that he's kind of able to peek over it with his head.
Okay. Alright, 1 second. Okay. So I am gonna... damn it, Ryan. Why is this difficult terrain, and why don't I have freedom of movement as a spell? It seems so useful in moments like these. God damn it.
The really sucky part about playing a caster is like next time you'll plan it and you'll have it, you won't need it. You'll need
That happens every time.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel your pain.
Well, you know what? Reno's closing in. I want to get closer to... There's not much else I can use my 8th level spell for. All right, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. And then I'm going to use my action to dash again. 10, 30, 40. So I get to there with 80 feet of movement. Reduced to 40. And then I'm going to fire one of my remaining swords at his big, fat, ugly mug.
Okay.
Okay, not great on the first roll. The second roll I think will hit. It's the 22.
Just barely hits. 22 is his AC.
I started out rolling so well, and now I am struggling. Oh, that was a mixed bag. 25 radiant damage.
Okay. A solid hit.
All right. Yeah, that's all I can do.
You notice that his attention is definitely now targeting between you and Brina. You have gained his focus.
Good bastard.
Brings it to Kitri, but Kitri is no more. Wish I could remove her from
Don't remove her from the map!
from combat, not from the map.
Okay. No, it's, like,
From the map, delete key.
it's like she wasn't even there.
Let's see, Jormag is going to rear up and over this wall. And as he does so, Verena, Galatar, and Alexa, he gets his breath weapon back.
Oh, fuck. Well, I'm out. Let's be real. Any amount of damage, yeah.
Constitution save?
Actually, this will hit Birdie too. It'll bend around that corner, so it's wide enough.
Nice.
He's high enough in the air. So yes, a Constitution saving throw.
Okay. Oh yeah, 28.
Definitely passes.
I'm also gonna absorb elements again on that.
Whole ass.
Okay.
Christmas, man.
Okay, so the total damage for those who fail to save and have no protection, which is none of you. Okay, so that doesn't matter. Galatar, you would take 46 damage, but you're resistant, so you take 23, and then you absorb elements to be 11 cold damage.
Okay, so it's 46 if I succeeded on the save, then 23 with the resistance, and then 11. Okay, with absorb. Gotcha.
Brina and Birdie failed the save, but Brina is resistant to cold and Bernie is also because of the spell, so you guys take 46 cold damage, but Brina, yours is further reduced to 23 because you're raging.
My toe.
Alright, 46 to Birdie, 11 to Galatar, 23 to Brina. Yeah. Fucking math, y'all.
Look at math.
Is Alexa just straight up out? Or did she get hit?
Oh shit, I didn't do the damage for Alexa, did I?
I heard 46, it doesn't matter.
So you don't have any
No, I'm
resistance
fucked.
to cold? So you take the full damage.
Yeah.
So you take 93 damage.
Yeah, I'm out.
You rolled real
That's
well.
like
Okay.
93. If it was 96, that
That's
would have been 3 times my hit points.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Alright. So you the two of you and I guess Birdie and Kyle, you can see this too.
Odd point of order question though. Because I'm flying with my wild magic. Is my body floating? Because it doesn't go away. I'm not concentrating on fly.
Well, you still have the ability to make yourself fly, but I think you fall.
I assume I do too, but
Because it doesn't give you the ability to hover. Yeah, you just have a flying speed. You don't have the ability to hover in the air when not conscious. So yeah, how high were you? 15?
15 feet.
Yeah, so like it doesn't matter. Be like a D6. Although I guess technically would that count as one death save?
I guess.
Take 2 damage? I mean, it is taking damage.
Yeah.
I guess, yeah, 1 failed death save, collapse. You guys watch Alexa bathed in this breath, and then her tiny form just kind of goes limp and poof with a soft thud into the snow on the ground. And Jormag is going to use his movement to come down here. And Brina, you hear in your mind, once I finish with your friends, then you and I can have a battle of honor. And that'll bring it to Alexa. I need you to make a death saving throw.
Hey,
Success.
good start. One
Alright.
for one.
Birdie. Roll that D6.
God.
Come on, Birdie.
4.
Alexa.
Oh, Birdie.
Come bring it on, Birdie! Bring it on!
Okay. She's unconscious.
Mm-hmm. But you know that your
We've already
party
decided.
will bring her back, and that she is a deadly spellcaster.
All
You know
right.
she's coming for you.
Yeah. Jormag's on the ground. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Is there anything stopping me from doing an AoE attack to hit? Or do I
No.
have to just target her?
Oh no, anything you've got you can use. I mean, they're
Great.
all
Alright.
hostile.
They're all hostile.
You are,
I'm gonna let out
able
a.
to distinguish friend from foe. All creatures you can see are enemies.
Yeah, we'll. See, I'll.
If I see Birdie casting a spell and it looks like he's angry towards all of us, can I try to counterspell?
Has Birdie
Now,
done
I will
anything?
say, you have seen this spell before, and I can
Hmm.
choose who I
Oh,
target.
okay. Then sure. Yeah.
Have you
Alright.
attacked any of your party so far?
No, I
don't
guess
think
Alexa
so.
would have been the first.
I should
Yeah,
attack
I
the
don't think
dragon.
so.
Yeah,
No.
I have cast a spell
Yeah.
before, and I can choose who I use.
Really
it on,
only
like,
Kitri and I know that he's affected.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
So destructive wave, and I choose everybody.
And it's
Yeah.
a Constitution saving throw.
Con 19. Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Am I in that? Am I just out of
Amazing.
that?
You're just out of it.
Just down to it. Well, hell, I'll move. Well, you're 10 feet off the ground. Oh wait, hold on. I got 5, 10, 15.
Listen, man, you do whatever you need to do, but maybe do like nice things.
You're going real extra.
No, I'll do it there. I'll do it there. I think that makes sense for Birdie.
Because that hits everybody.
It's
Oh.
kind of hard to
Man.
get
So-
around Jormag's.
Yeah, I can't really get
area.
around Jormag.
Is it half damage on a success? Is that what it is?
It is. Yeah, let me roll the
So-
damage here.
Is
yeah,
that the damage
it
there?
is.
The 16,
I-
24, and 13?
Yeah, I typically choose the radiant. So yeah.
Oh, so it's
the
not all three, it's only one?
16 and
It's
It's a
13.
two. It's two of
Take the
them.
thunder
Oh,
and the radiant.
Okay.
Yeah, 29 damage total.
So if I got 22 on the save, so it would be reduced to 14? 29 reduced to 14.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that is, I don't have any bonus actions that I can
Fun
do
fact,
after
you've
that.
now done more damage to me than Jormag has at any point, like for any one attack.
Oh, Alexa, I'm sorry.
It's all good.
No.
I'm still kicking.
Yeah, two fails, one success.
Yep,
So
yep.
it couldn't nat
Barely.
20 it and come back up.
Barely
Yeah.
Like
you have to
sick
be
to
able
my stomach,
to
dog.
see me to get me with this, or is it just?
Each creature you choose.
It doesn't say you have to see, I guess.
He's probably seen you darting around. He
It's
knows
each
you're there
creature
somewhere.
I choose. So I
It doesn't
choose
say
all
that you
creatures.
can see.
All right.
Everybody in here is my enemy.
Except for me. He doesn't
except
attack
me.
himself.
Yeah.
Well, a good thing Jormag only had exactly 29 hit points left, and we've just won the fight.
Right, right.
Yeah.
Oh shit, yeah, I
Really?
forgot. He's got to make a save.
Yeah, take that, Jormag.
Oh yeah. And him too.
Your own minion hurt
that's
you.
that's a 38.
Dude,
Well,
Twice.
how high is Birdie's DC again?
He
39?
still takes it's
40?
19. He's still got to take half, or
Yeah, 14 halved, I believe. 29 halved to 14.
8,
So,
6. Yeah,
yeah, that's a lot of
it
damage.
does hit him.
At least it does some damage.
Fuck, man.
It's more damage than I'm
Sorry,
gonna
guys.
All right.
It's all right, man. It's not your fault.
do.
I mean,
Yeah.
it sort of is.
You see
Kinda,
this
yeah.
You made the
burst of
character.
destruction, and you see this power wash into Galatar and over even Alexa from your height vantage, and that is your turn now.
Finish it. Finish it.
Does this persist? Or is this just
No, it
Okay.
should be gone. I don't know how to get rid of it.
I got.
Alright, yeah, shit. Brina's gonna fly on top of this man. If that can be fucking arranged, and she's gonna try and hit him twice. Before she does, she will scream for Birdie in alarm. And confusion.
Sure,
One might even
sure.
say. Sure.
You gotta get about 25 feet up to get over the square that he's sort of occupying and controlling. But yeah, you can get up there and make your attacks.
Yeah, and then just we'll see what happens.
23 definitely hits.
Yes.
Oh,
28 hits as well.
and these are both
That's-
one-handed.
17 and 23.
Yeah.
All right, 2 meaty hits. Kind of like break it down its back, and you see some of these new icy spikes that have protruded from its back, and you're just cleaving into them, and they start peppering the ground like falling icicles.
Yeah, alright. I think she keeps up this dialogue with him internally.
Okay.
And just says, oh, I don't even know what she says. She says, I hope you crawled back into the ice pit you crawled right out of. And is gonna try and get him specifically where those wings attach to the back of his body.
Say this in your mind or out loud?
Mentally.
Okay.
But if you can whisper mentally, then that. Fuck this.
All right. That'll bring it to Kala.
I'm gonna stand up. Just step out here. Shoot Jormag first.
Critical hit. Shit.
Fuck
103.
yes.
103?
Mm-hmm.
Please.
Girl.
Okay, he's hurt.
And then I'm
Ooh.
gonna shoot Birdie.
103. Oh, but yeah, we don't know.
Yeah, 22 will hit Birdie.
Alright, this will not be with sneak attack.
11.
11.
Piercing damage.
To Birdie?
Yeah.
You guys, not cool, not cool.
This arrow like brushes through the edge of
Oh,
your
I hate that
shoulder,
I
cutting a
can't
deep
save
groove.
out of it. I
I know
literally
you
can't.
really can't.
Fuck.
At the end of your turn, Kala.
Yeah.
Dragons are hard, man.
Dragons are so hard, bro.
At this point, now down lower to the ground, Jormag just turns his face directly 3 feet from yours, Galatar, and those eyes go black again, and you hear those whispers. Oh, no, sorry, wait. Nope, you saved.
Mm-hmm.
We're immune.
Oh,
Has he done it
Cool.
to Kala?
he is not. I don't
Not,
think.
and since she is visible,
Yeah,
Turn.
sorry.
Bitch, don't.
We're
Yeah,
all gonna
intelligence
die.
saving throw.
Is this
Oh,
against being charmed?
It is not.
Bro.
It is against being frightened.
No, that's not helpful.
Man, if we
Which
had
would
a
have been
hero's
completely
Oh.
negated by the hero's feast. So yeah,
Fuck.
Kala, you saw what Birdie did,
Fuck.
and you see Brina's up there, and she seems to be in between her attacks, like staring and making faces and communicating somehow with this creature. You know she's turning against you. And Galatar, I mean, let's face it, you've always been a little sus.
That's
Those bookish humans,
Mm.
you know that they hate Char. Yeah. Everything you see is an enemy. On your turn, roll a d6. If you target yourself, target the dragon.
What about Keytree at this point?
I'll say on key tree, it just like
Reroll.
the turn or reroll. Yeah, probably
A creature of your choice.
reroll. That brings it to Galatar.
Well, thank you, sir.
Galatar.
How hurt? So, like, does the dragon look like he's close to death's door, or does he look like he's still got plenty of fight in him?
He's got some fight left in it. This rejuvenation, where he sort of channeled the elements to regain a great deal of his virility, was very effective.
Okay.
He is badly hurt, but he's got some fight in him.
Oh, God.
I would say being a seasoned spellcaster, you gather that if you have big guns, now is the time to fire.
Well, what I'm trying to wonder is it better to get freaking Birdie out of mind control? But now Kala just shot him and he's got so little HP. Plus, he just hit me. God damn it, Agilbert.
God damn it.
Agilbert? I said, oh god, I used my Christian name.
When you act evilly, you are Agilbert. When you're nice, Birdie, we respect it. Yeah, I guess I'm gonna have to chance it in hopes that Birdie can be protected and brought out of this. So that's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna use my movement to get down next to Birdie, and at 8th level, I think it should work. I'm gonna cast Mind Blank. But it doesn't affect the charm condition, but it doesn't allow people to affect their minds. I don't know how any of this works.
Let's see
Ugh.
what that does.
Maybe it doesn't.
Let
work.
him play, ref.
Let him play.
Let him play,
Come
ref.
on, ref.
I tell you what, while I'm looking this up, make a
Uh-huh.
Arcana check for me.
Okay,
Oh,
boss.
Christ.
Well, that's a 35 on the Arcana check. Oh wait, I've got advantage. Still a 35. Ugh.
Oh, I'm sorry, what was it?
35.
35. You're familiar with the enchantment school of
Uh-huh.
magic, and you've read fairy tales about creatures that can naturally sort of innately enchant others.
Mm-hmm.
You gather that this is a magical effect that has taken control of his mind.
Mm-hmm.
He has attacked the dragon, so he doesn't seem to be charmed. You know your mind blank wouldn't do what you need it to do. But you gather the effect itself could be dispelled.
Oh. What? Fun fact, it's an 8th level spell either way because I'm out of any spell slots other than 8th level and 2nd level. God damn it. Cool. Why not? We're already here, but in that case, I don't have to move. So actually, if I could have just done this last turn, I didn't.
Yeah.
Oh, god damn it. All right. I will cast a spell magic at 8th level.
Okay. Yeah, you reach out and like you're analyzing all of this and you're trying to avoid the stare of this dragon as it tries to speak to you. And while it's distracted focusing on you, you reach out with your arcane sensibilities and you kind of get a gist of what's going on. Push a little magic through that sensation and you find that worm in his mind and you're able to just squish it. And Birdie, you are no longer under the effects of this control.
Okay, I look around I think in like horror at like I mean like in a daze like of like oh fuck. Oh fuck.
Yeah, I think Galatar just yells, "Damn it, Agilbert, heal somebody!"
And Birdie, I think you see him start he like claps his hands and is like starting the spell. Yeah.
Okay, and then I'm gonna use my bonus action to fire off one of my 3 remaining motes of light at the dragon. I believe he's 10 feet from me. Yeah, so still good. Okay, that's a 23 to hit.
You are in his melee range.
But it's my range spell, so I thought it was I just have to be 10 feet or more away from him when I'm casting a ranged spell.
You know, if you're firing any sort of melee, or sorry, if you're using a ranged attack and you're within someone else's melee range, like they can reach you, that's what gives you the disadvantage. So this will just be a straight roll.
Okay, straight roll. That's 13 plus 10 again, so that'd be 23.
That is.
Oh, sorry, actually I had plus 11 now. Yeah, 24. All right.
All good.
12, 12, 7, and 5 for
Nice.
36 points of radiant damage.
Hefty hit.
All right.
Now, even as it tries to adjust its head, seeing what you're doing, you let loose one of those orbs, just like straight in its face, kind of blinds it for a moment.
All right, cool. That's it.
All right. And that'll bring it to Jormag's turn. Does he get his breath weapon back? No, he does not. So he's going to turn towards Galatar. Gonna try to claw. Disadvantage.
Use my reaction.
Yep. And that'll be a 24 to hit.
I will throw up a shield to make it miss.
Okay.
So I have limitless of those.
That will hit Brina. 28 damage.
Mhm.
Hit me again, motherfucker.
And he's gonna try. Oh, and because of the disadvantage, you avoid the crit.
That's all right.
But this will hit
Green. All right, that's fine.
with a 32.
I just need to not hit Birdie, if I'm being honest. That was the only game plan. All right, so 32.
I'm feeling you
It's
there.
a 32 to hit for 23 slashing
Oh.
damage.
23.
And then he is gonna try to bite you.
Okay.
So
Okay.
disadvantage. What's your AC now? This is 27.
27.
27 to hit. Will hit.
Yep.
33 piercing and 10 cold damage.
Reduced to 5 on the cold. 38. Okay.
Oh, okay, right, because of your shield. Yep.
Yep.
That is all of those. That'll bring it to Alexa.
Oh,
And I
come
will
on,
not
bitch.
forget legendary actions this round.
Oh god, so you're at 2 fails and 1
Yep.
success?
This is it.
Come on, bitch.
That's it.
You got this.
At 20.
Never mind. Never mind.
I'm dead.
Yeah. With that last gasp, I think. Yeah,
She's dead and
probably at
I
this
killed
point,
her.
Probably at this point, nobody even notices as Alexa's form just goes perfectly still,
Oh god.
Jesus
half
fuck.
buried in snow.
Sinking a little deeper in the snow.
All right. At the end of Alexa's turn, I'm not gonna forget these. What it can do
Oh, I hate this shit.
things. It has mythic actions now because it's in its mythic phase.
Oh, let's go.
Oh, right.
Oh,
Great.
Go
Fucking
fucking me.
fantastic.
It's gonna use 2 of its legendary actions to you do its elemental flare again.
Please, bro. Not his elemental flare, bro. Not any of the
Anything but
flares,
the
bro.
fucking elemental
this
flare,
is all
bro.
of you. All of you need to make dexterity saving throws. It's this burst of elemental energy. It's almost like you can see it go from the tail down towards the head as each spike along its back starts to flash a blue, cold light more and more rapidly until finally it just sort of explodes in this blast of frigid cold.
Those are good saves.
Huh. That was you guys got lucky on the damage there. That was some shit damage.
Oh yeah, we're doing real great, Ryan. Thanks.
Yeah. So you all take 16 cold damage, reduced to 8 for those who have resistance, reduced to
Whoa, we're getting close.
I think that's it. I don't think anyone has double. Oh no, Brina reduced to 8 because she's raging.
Did I pass or fail that?
You also failed that.
Okay.
Well, failed with the 25.
DC 26.
All right. And how much damage was it?
16.
And then I get to remake my intelligence save.
Yes.
Oh shit, I forgot you.
There we are.
27.
Let's be
Smart
very
girls
clear. If it got
only.
to Kala's turn and she was manipulated, we dead.
Oh, dude, someone would be dead. It'd be
Yeah.
No,
awesome.
literally.
Birdie, you kind of come to and realize the consequences of your actions, and you hear the pulling taut of a bowstring behind you that suddenly relaxes. And that brings it to your turn.
Butthole.
Okay. Shoot. The
Thank God
last
for mythic
higher level
actions.
I've got. I'll do a mass cure wounds on this group here at 5th level. It's the highest I got. So that's 18 healing to everyone. Everybody on our team, at least, I'll say. Yeah, I don't have any bonus actions, so I will. If I move away, I'm gonna get fucking roasted. Yeah, I'll stay put for the moment.
Okay. At the end of your turn, he will use his last legendary action to try to bite Galtar again. Your AC is still 27, right?
Yep, AC is still 27 and he still has disadvantage.
Absolutely.
I'm gonna use my reaction.
Because he has disadvantage, he misses.
Thank God, man.
That'll bring it to Brina with Kala on deck.
All right,
Need
bitch.
a little
Back to
luck.
work. Okay. 29,
That'll hit.
21.
21 will not.
You motherfucker.
19.
Yeah. And I think Brina's just now that I guess Brina's just talking shit. Now that she's right there, you have no power here. Get out of my fucking head. Stay out of my friend's head. Get out of my fucking house. Okay, I'm gonna stay there.
You bring the sword down as you're yelling this in your mind, and it slashes. You watch as one of the scales sort of like separates down the middle as a clean swipe. The bottom half of it falls off, exposing a bit of the kind of bluish black flesh underneath. And you hear in your mind, lower and to the left. And then you bring the sword down and it clangs off another scale and is like deflected. Ah, right there.
What a dick!
And that brings it to Kala.
Just gonna bonus action, take aim, and shoot.
Okay. That'll hit.
35.
Let's
Five
fucking
more.
go.
Come on, baby.
Woo!
This one hits him right in the gut. You watch as like this pool of cold blood starts to drip out, but almost instantly freezes. Kind of looks like when a water pipe bursts midwinter. It just forms this sheen of ice over his stomach scales. And at this point, as he's writhing away from you, he kind of turns corkscrew, and Brina, you just manage to catch his gaze as his eyes go black.
Oh, man.
Oh
Make an
no,
intelligence
she's
saving
dumb.
throw.
She can't.
She
There's
can't. She's
literally
a great
no-
girl. She's such a good girl.
There's literally no way. There's no way I'm gonna be able to meet the DC I have intelligence +0.
Are you as a barbarian immune to fear or anything?
It's
That's
a
the
Not
berserker
a-
feature.
It's a berserker feature. I can't be surprised.
We don't need to fight one another. Your allies are turning against you. Sure enough, you see that they're now no longer frantically fighting. They seem to all be looking towards each other, occasionally casting suspicious glances in your direction. You know it's only a matter of time.
This sucks.
Which brings it to Galatar's turn.
That's so great. I love that for us as a group. Okay,
All
I'm gonna
together
move
like whole.
right under his little slithering neck, and I'm gonna try and slit his little slithering throat. And I'm gonna throw a little you know what? We don't use it very often, so let's throw a little booming blade on there.
Oh,
An extra 3d8 of thunder.
Yeah, bitch, put some sync on it.
okay.
Keep him
Okay.
in place.
Put some sync
13.
on it.
So 13 plus 13, 26 to hit.
That'll hit.
All right, all right, all right. We got, ooh, an 8 on the die for 20 points of slashing damage. And we got an additional 7 points, ooh, rolled battle nose, of thunder damage, I think. Okay,
Boom, boom.
cool, cool, cool. So there's that second attack. Okay. Okay, so 9 plus 13, 22 to hit.
That'll just barely hit. That's his AC.
Oh,
And another 8 on the die for 20 more points of slashing damage.
Fantastic.
Okay, I really need oh well, it's a straight roll anyway, so it doesn't matter if I back up. Otherwise I'm just gonna take it. So well, I don't know. Is he looking pretty
How do you
close to
roll
death's door?
20 damage with an 8 on the die.
I have a +5 when I have Blade Song active. It's the level 14 feature for Blade Song, and I'm using a +3
Oh.
weapon. So it's 4 + 3 + 5 is +12 on whatever I roll.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it's called Song of Victory.
Sweet.
Okay. Is he looking real bad?
He's
Kinda
looking
bad?
pretty hurt. I mean, it's hard to quantify a creature this big,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
yeah, he's
Magical
looking pretty
and
hurt.
You
angry.
start with 1,000 HP or something.
Furious. And he is
Can
looking
I-
very dangerous.
So 5.
Just
Is
fucking
am I
throw
still in difficult terrain area or nah?
You are just barely.
Okay, so that would've been-
normal terrain would start right about here,
10 feet
like
of
at
movement.
that latitude.
Okay. It's 20 feet of movement. 30 feet of movement would get me here to where it's no longer difficult terrain. And then I'd go 5, 10. So I want to try and back up. Ooh. Am I out of his range now by chance? Maybe?
Yes, and he will take an
So
attack.
he
of
can take his
opportunity.
attack. That's fine.
Oh,
If it looks like he's going to hit, I'm just going to throw up a shield to make my AC 27.
He will hit.
Okay.
But
All good.
27, yeah, your shield will negate that. It's a 26.
Okay, cool, cool, cool. I'll take that, and then I will fire at advantage one of my last 2 motes of light.
Okay.
Okay, 2 on the first roll.
Hmm.
That's so bad. I really need this to pan out. Okay. 16 plus 11, 27.
That'll hit.
Alright, I was hoping for a crit, but you know what? We'll live with it. 11, 7, 9, and 8. 11, 7, 18, 27, 35 points of radiant damage.
35.
Yep.
Okay. He
Glad I
is-
moved back.
So that hits, and you watch as it kind of tears through a portion of his stomach. There's now just this, for a moment, there's a hole, like the size of a grapefruit, just torn through it, and it instantly fills with this blue-black blood that instantaneously freezes. So you can see it like pouring out, and it just cascades and forms a solid sheen on the front and back of where this hole is. He is looking really, really rough.
Oh god. Just die. Okay. That's it for me.
Does he get his breath weapon back?
oh,
Him do.
He doesn't? Oh, that's so terrible.
oh no!
Him gonna
Oh, he does.
run- Yo, him do.
Fucking fuck.
Him gonna run all the way he can.
Oh wait, no, wait. If he moves, I'm gonna
He's
take
gonna
a
try to
attack
make
Also,
it
Brina can
opportunity.
sentinel still, right?
She can certainly try. He is
I'm gonna-
hostile.
It might.
I'm gonna
okay.
attack of opportunity him, and with Warcaster I can cast a spell, and I'm gonna psychic lance him.
Oh, and he takes 48 damage from Booming Blade because he moved.
Oh,
Yeah.
shit.
Well,
right.
if he moves,
Get fucked.
Well, he's still moving out of
forgot-
Brina's until he's out of Brina's space. The thing doesn't
that's-
happen with her.
Good point. Good point.
He's-
So he's still moving from his
He does
space.
move and he takes the booming blade.
Yeah.
Do you want me to roll the
I
48?
forgot he was surrounded by that.
Yeah. What-
Knowing he was surrounded by it, he would not have moved.
I got him, Ryan.
Little
I got him.
play.
Yeah.
Get
real
I never
question
get to
is-
the dragon,
Booming
man.
blade
Honestly,
damage.
not even
Yeah.
a very good dragon.
Not even that
I
good.
can-
Yeah.
Oh god, Bernie turned into Trump with all
if
of
I
his
were
fear
a dragon, we'd do things much better. We'd...
Bernie became paranoid, suddenly he became Donald Trump. It all makes sense.
We'd have the best
Yeah.
dragons.
I guess he is just gonna use his
Get wrecked,
no,
Mr.
he's gonna
Dragon
use his
Man.
breath weapon. It's just gonna be not as many people as he'd like.
He can just
No,
use it on me if you
go
want.
for
Just,
it,
just hit
Jormag.
me with the breath weapon. That's fine.
Oh my gosh, guys.
He can get 3 of you with it. He can get Galatar, Bertie, and Kala
I don't have
Okay.
a
because of his tremendous
ally
height.
anymore. So,
You're about to lose all your allies, actually.
Oh,
I need the 3
fuck.
of you to make Constitution
There
saving
will be
No.
only
Oh,
one
fair
hostile
enough.
creature for
Oh,
you to fight.
fuck.
All right, 26.
Constitution
Yep.
save, you said?
26 Constitution save.
I can't. I literally can't make it.
Oh.
If it weren't for foresight, I would be dead so much by now.
oh yeah, no retweets.
It was a pleasure sailing, guys.
Bertie, it's been an honor.
What'd you
I-
roll,
I don't-
Galatar?
16 plus 10 for 26.
Oh, dope. That's exactly what you needed. That's the DC.
My stomach
Shitting me?
hurts.
It's
Yeah,
a DC
no, I
of
thought
fucking
that's what you were
26.
saying. I didn't think that was what you rolled. Yeah, that is.
No,
that's
I thought the
DC.
DC was low. Oh my god.
So
What the fuck?
Kala, you take 82 points of cold damage.
Jesus fuck.
Bertie takes 41 because of his cold shield.
He's out.
Galatar
Oh,
would take
shitting.
41 because of the cold shield.
No, I succeeded too, right?
my
So
gosh.
Oh, sorry,
26
yeah, so you
succeeded?
said 46, 26, yeah.
So sorry, 40. It was 82, right?
Yes.
So then it's 41 and then 20. That be correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And I don't think you can use absorb elements because you
I
have a shield,
cannot
right?
because I used my reaction. Yeah,
But 20 is not bad.
it's not terrible, not good either.
So Kala and
I'm-
Bertie are down.
I might live to
Down.
my turn.
Yeah.
Might not.
All right.
I don't have. I don't have
Oh.
anything that can help me here. Oh, it
Yeah.
pisses me off.
This sucks.
Oh, this is.
That brings it to Bertie's turn at the top of the round.
Nat 20. Nat 20.
All right. Is there a button to do the save on D&D Beyond?
Yeah, you just roll a d20. 18. So one
start.
save.
All right.
And now Brina, it's just you and Jormag as he exhales this blast.
This is
once
how it's
again,
got to
like,
end, Brina. Come on.
Well, no, you said
rises
that.
up and turns in place. You can see the sort of vibrating, shimmering, invisible,
Oh my
semi-visible
God.
field around him, and he's sort of pivoting within it, trying not to touch the edges as he looks at you. Now, we can have our moment in private.
What
child."
about me? I'm still awake. Excuse me.
I'm
Turns his
not. I'm not
back on
dead
you.
yet.
Not yet.
It's just a flesh wound.
Sir.
It's got a flesh wound.
Sir.
Please, sir. So, okay.
Disrespectful.
Do I have to roll for hostile, like, who I'm directing this toward?
Yep.
Just a d6?
Yep.
It's a free. I'm a
3
free.
is you, so you can attack the dragon.
Good! And I think that's exactly what she says. I think she says, finally. And it is out loud. And it is to him.
Critical.
Oh, baby, that's a triple.
Brina Erickson. How do you want to do this?
Yes! Yes!
Let's fucking go!
It's
Let's go!
hit points left.
No! It doesn't matter.
Don't vomit.
What does this look like? He's turning in this sonic sound, just turning his back on the one person standing on the ground, not dead. Turns all of his focus on you and says this. Opens up his jaws to kind of rear towards you.
I think she just says, "Be fucking quiet," and takes the flame tongue longsword two-handed up through the roof of his mouth. That can be.
Darting with your flying boots into the maw of the elder dragon, using that moment of utmost arrogance. The mouth is big enough, even for someone of your large size, you're able to just push your way through the fighting tongue and sort of jam that thing up through the back of the sinuses, like into its brain. And there is just this long, sort of drawn out roar of pain. And it goes crashing. You feel the world sort of tilt and tumble as you go with it. There's a resounding crack, and this spider web of deep cracks bursts out over the ice. And Galatar, you see all this happen. You watch as Brina darts into its mouth and just disappears. And suddenly there's this shiver. There is a explosive roar, and then as it falls sideways, your booming energy detonates. And there's just a sort of crack all over him as bits of icy shards and spikes crack and burst and fall across the ground. This tinkling of the shards as they hit the ice. And it lumbers over like a falling tree, crash into the lake. The ice cracks out from around it. And everything goes very, very still.
That will teach you to turn your back on me. Dick.
Can we take a quick bio break? I am literally really icy.
Pause it here. I will be right back.
What an
Oh my
epic
gosh.
way to... I'm real afraid of Brina.
Right.
I'm afraid of Brina too.
At this point, so yeah, we've resumed the recording. So, yeah, at this point, with the fall of the dragon, Brina, you do have a little bit of movement left. At this point, your vision, your mind clears. Still just brimming on the edge of your battle rage, you are able to exit his half-open jaws if you want. It's not a difficult thing to just sort of prise them apart and step out.
Yeah.
But that is your action. Is that the end of your turn?
I think if I can see Birdie and Kala, or whoever is closest that I
would say from where you are, the body of Jormag obscures Bertie and Kala lying prone in the snow.
okay.
Are we sticking in initiative order, or what's the
So this is still like the end of Brina's turn. You've just taken your action. You're out of his jaws. You're kind of at ground level, which you can still fly if you want. But you've got a little bit of movement left at this point.
Fucking sick to my stomach, bro.
And like a free interaction with the environment if you want to pick something up. Or sheath a weapon or something. Which, by the way, your token has a flame sword now.
I
don't know if you
know I
noticed.
saw
Okay.
that.
It's the same sword, but I put a yellow glow around it, so
It's so nice.
I
of
can
you.
move stuff around.
It's really fancy. I think she would climb to the top of his body like a true conqueror and just stand and survey the damage.
Okay. Take a moment to assess the scene.
I'll let your friends bleed out in the
The
snow.
scene, in parentheses, bad. I haven't seen any of my friends till right now. It's bad.
Yeah, you see Galatar kind of leaning on his sword, breathing heavy, I imagine. Kala and
Yeah, he's
Birdie
pretty hurt.
lying prone.
Brina, are you okay?
I'm okay. Are Bertie and where is Alexa? Where's
Alexa and Keitri,
where
they didn't They didn't make it. I think we can probably get them some help, but we need to first get Bertie and Kala stabilized.
We're gonna just
Which, Kala, that brings it to your turn.
sick.
One successful death save. That brings it to Galatar.
I will take my basic potion of healing and use it on Sir Bertie. So I'll move over to him. And I will, I think it's just a 1d4, 2d4 plus 4. It might-
3d4 plus 2.
Backpack, potion of healing. 2d4 plus 2, yeah. All right, so that will heal Gertie for a grand total of 4 and 2. So 8 total. 4, 2, and 2. And then after he pours the potion kind of down Bertie's throat, he'll like lightly tap him awake and be like, if you have anything left, we need to get Kala back up ASAP.
Yeah. Well, as it kind of like the frosty joints kind of like start shattering off. Wait for my turn.
Yeah, Alexa's aid brings it to Bertie.
All right. Yeah, I'll kind of taking a second to look around. I look up. I see Brina on top of the dragon. I see Galatar. I see Kala. I'll go over to Kala and I'll give her a 3rd level cure wounds.
12 points, Kala. The breath returns and find yourself lying in the snow.
There you go.
Sound of the wind.
There you are. Birdie's got you. It's all right. Birdie's got you.
It's not right.
Which brings us to Brina. I guess so that's everybody up, right?
That's everybody up, yeah.
Okay, so we'll say we'll end initiative now.
I mean, no one has Revivify. We don't have a minute.
Bertie, do you have any magic left that you could use to bring them back?
I can keep people up. I can't bring them back. I don't do death magic. It's
Or you have
no.
magic too, right? There's gotta be like one of your spells that can.
I don't think so. I'll go over to Alexa and lay a hand on her and try and give her like a little 1 cure wounds kind of, and imagine it just fades across.
Yeah, you feel the magic sort of leave your hand and just dissipate.
We need to get.
There is no living creature to target.
We need to get their bodies, and if we could get them back maybe to the Temple of Grant. If we could, I think they could still go through the Asara gate. We could get them back to the Temple of Grant, ask that they perform the ritual. Time is kind of the essence. I don't know what else we need to be doing right now. He kind of looks at Brina for whatever it is she wants to do.
I think Brina like tumbles off the body of Jormag and just kind of doesn't know what to do. I think she's got the little healing potion in her hand and is like, will this work? Okay, if Birdie's thing doesn't work, will this work? But I guess she remembers that her sister doesn't have Rune of Bear, may have some form of healing magic, or at least someone in Hoelbrak might, but finding them during the midst of what is an all-out siege, from what we can tell, might be difficult. But Brina just shakes her head and says, let's, I think we should get back to Hoelbrak first. The Great Lodge. That is as good a place as any to start. And we'll see what is happening.
Dorina, could you carry both of them, or you want to call
Yes.
each take one?
I can get them.
I think Key3 is frozen.
Am I frozen to the ground?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just petrified.
I was
Okay,
like,
the way
"Do
you
have
described
to
it like a
Just
layer
don't
of
drop
ice,
her.
I was like,
You're
just
like a frozen ice sculpture lying on the ground.
Oh shit,
Okay.
we forgot her legs attached. Oh damn it. Oh well.
we
Oh.
broke her
You're gonna
leg.
wrench it. Just
Just
no,
a
it's
plant,
just stuck.
they'll
I
grow
think.
back.
Oh,
Yeah.
We got 80% of Key3 off the ice.
Loses a couple
Nice.
toes or something.
She's a druid. They can regenerate.
Yeah, let's carry him back. We gotta get back to the.
Yeah.
Between
the gate.
Marina's
Let's rush.
amazing strength and Kala, the two of you can certainly carry.
I can put one on the on the disc.
I can.
We can
We
put
just
on
Put
the
me
carry
there
them.
floating in my pink bunny rabbit suit.
Stop!
Alexa,
It's
Stop!
like it's like the
Alexa
end
can
of
easily adapt
Gladiator where they like put up the
Stop
carry.
fighting!
Oh,
Like a bunny
Alexa.
suit across the snow on the disc. Oh god.
Slowly getting covered in snow, you know?
Also,
Yeah.
as we're moving, do we still hear sounds of combat coming like back from the Hoelbrak area, or does it seem like
What-
with
at
the
the-
fall of Jormag, everything else is kind of
On the ice, like on the
Mhm.
edge of this lake, all you hear is the sound of the wind. As you, Bertie, are you using the Tensor's disc to carry Alexa, or are you just carrying her? Is someone carrying her?
I'll
in
just
their
pick her
arms?
up and carry her.
So you
Yeah,
Line
Alexa's
up, I
pretty
can
small.
carry
Under
her.
the arm.
Yeah.
You and Brina would have to carry Keytree's frozen body because it's heavy.
We can put Keytree on the disc.
even with like Brina's
Yeah, I
giant
assume Brina
strength
could just
belt
carry
thing.
Keytree.
Could she
It's-
just carry Keytree?
I mean, I guess. How
Or
much?
put her
can
on the
you
disc.
Lift.
Put her on the disc. Put her on the
Yeah.
disc.
What do you bench, bro?
It,
Put
it,
her on
it
the
doesn't.
disc.
It doesn't weigh like Keytree's 135 pounds. It's
My-
frozen solid ice, so it's like it's pushing it. It could probably fit on the disc.
My carrying capacity is 690 pounds. My push drag or lift is 1380 pounds.
So carrying is what you'd be doing. I assume you wouldn't just be like pushing her across the
I would
ground.
feel pretty embarrassed if
Yeah,
I
yeah.
just shoved the dead bitch by force.
shaving bits off the back.
I mean, I will say
will
that
leave it
is
to you.
more than the Tensor's disc can hold.
Yeah, I will say
Oh.
it's up to Brina. If you
I
want
thought
to carry
Tensor's was like
Keytree
1,000.
by yourself, you can.
She would carry Keytree.
Yeah, so Kala, you carry Alexa. So Brina, standing 7'3", 7'4", is carrying this massive block of ice in the shape of a limp Keytree. And Kala,
Little pink bunny.
hunched over, but like twice the mass of Brina, this massive, graceful cat, very muscular figure, is carrying just what looks like a limp doll in two hands. Pink bunny suit, little antlers. So one of the antlers is like broken in half. You know. As you guys begin to slowly make your descent back into Hoelbrak, the first thing you notice is that you, like from this height, you can see the majority of the town center, and you see that there is no more frantic running. There are fires in a couple of places, and people are kind of gathering around, slinging buckets of water. Some chains have been formed as people like move water quickly from one place to another from wells, but the sort of frenetic pace that had been seen before when you were running through, everything seems to have calmed down.
Before
It
we
takes you
would've-
a.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying it takes you a couple of minutes to get down there.
Before we would have moved completely out of like eye shot of Jormag's body, Brina have taken just a minute to listen to see if there was any like ounce of his little mental snakiness left.
Is anybody gonna take a Jormag souvenir?
No, bitch,
Perception
I'm
check.
pissing on his body.
Make a perception check.
I should roll one. I hate this game.
The fucking full ass key tree ice sculpture. You're gonna ask if we have a souvenir.
Yeah.
Just throwing it out there.
13. You take a moment, you kind of close your eyes as you're holding key tree. All you hear, howling of the wind across the ice. Occasionally the groan and creak and crack of the ice beneath your feet.
I'll put my hand on Brina's kind of arm and say, I think he's gone.
You guys start to make your way down into the town.
Can I ask, did Jormag's body do what the other dragons did though? Did it kind of start to immediately like break down or dissolve, or was it remaining?
As you guys are kind of gathering your dead,
Mhm.
every now and then, like, you know, you're looking around, it's hard not to see Jormag. You have to kind of crawl over part of him to get to Alexa. He remains where he fell. But it's a strange thing because it's not as sudden or dramatic as what you've seen before. But occasionally, as your eyes flick back to this lump, it looks more and more like a sort of crystalline block of ice, almost like a large shelf of a piece of a glacier has fallen over on the water, and it's just sort of lying there on top of this lake. The snow that is falling is starting to kind of coat the top, and it's getting harder to tell if it's the body of a fallen dragon or just another lump of land or ice here in this area. It's a subtle change. As you descend the slope into Hoelbrak, get about halfway down, and you can start to hear people singing. It's distant and it's faint, but you pick up melody, chanting. Brina, you recognize this and are able to tell your friends that it is a victory war chant of the Norn. After a successful hunt, it's like a song of it's the kind of song that legends are created from. It's the beginnings of things that will be repeated by the Skalds for the next generation of hunters. At your point, get about 80 feet from the Asura Gate that brings you into Hoelbrak from Lion's Arch. And suddenly there's a deep pulse in the earth. Just sort of like almost like the shockwave that precedes an earthquake. You almost might not even have noticed it had you been on a hammock or something, but being in touch with the earth and being sort of heightened from your adrenaline, you feel this sudden wave pass from behind you, through you, down in towards the town. As you look around, you notice in the sky overhead, the waving curtain of an aurora begin to form, with a pale ice blue color, and it sort of spiders off in different directions, and it just sort of dances there in the air. And then suddenly, in the distance, a great cry goes up, a shout both victorious and joyful from hundreds of Norn voices. And as you get closer, you sort of start to pass under the eaves, the great deck outside the lodge. And you can see Newt Whitebear standing there with ice raking, overlooking the wooden banister, wooden maul, in each one holding one up. Ice rakings is much larger, the head looking like a solid carved chunk of ice. Whitebear holding what looks like carved steel, these massive double-handed warhammers, holding them up, and crowds of Norn starting to make their way inward as the last of the fires are doused. The scent of smoke and blood and iron and faint stench of the deceased hangs heavily in the air. And yet, on the faces of those who approach the town center, you see a mix of haunted eyes with great, big, grinning, laughing mouths. Cheeks flushed red with laughter and from the biting cold winds. Everyone in heavy furs, weapons now just covered with what looks like frost and grime and blood. Some of them actively being cleaned by warriors before they are sheathed. And all throughout the town you start seeing bonfires beginning to be lit. Braziers that had gone out in the blizzard conditions of the battle. Eventually, everyone begins to gather near the Great Lodge, and Newt Whitebear calms the crowd. And seeing you approach, gestures you all to join him. There are sets of stairs on either side that go up to the top of this mighty deck. Do you answer Newt Whitebear's call, or do you head elsewhere?
With our friends' dead bodies? I think Marina personally would just like nod in acknowledgement, but head for the like spare church.
Oh.
Church is still, you know what I'm talking about? The lodge.
The Lodge of Bear. Yeah.
Yes.
And as you sort of pass by the great steps that lead up to the lower level, where the main entrance to the lodge is, it kind of passes under this deck. This massive staircase, like 20 feet wide, braziers lit every 10 feet on either side, large, like 10-foot wide braziers, huge flames. You nod in acknowledgement, and the rest of you see Brina kind of acknowledge the leader of her people. And instead of joining him, she turns to direct you down to the far side of the bowl, towards what looks like a great circular boulder carved in a likeness of a great bear, between whose massive outstretched forepaws is a cavernous cave entrance. But even as you sort of approach the crowd of people that is now forming a sort of half crescent, half moon shape in front of this great deck, so that Newt Whitebear can see everyone, your older sister, Hertha, now in her human form once again, some of her armor now ripped and kind of torn in places, borderline indecent, as she sort of fumbles with the straps and is trying to like stick things back in place. You see she's covered with small scratches and a few deeper cuts that seem to have been rather hastily bandaged. Her tattoos all sort of still kind of fresh and very, very bright on her skin. She steps forward from the crowd, kind of waves at you. You see these massive bear paw sort of gauntlets that lie over her hand, the claws kind of hanging over a little bit. She waves to get your attention and starts to walk towards you, gives you a nod.
Can you help us?
I am here to help. What would you have of me?
She just kind of like gestures like at the frozen block of ice that is Petrie.
She kind of like grits her teeth. I trust your struggle against the dragon met with success. This is
At a cost.
your doing. She gestures to the Aurora.
But
She looks up at Whitebear, looks up at the Aurora, and gives him a nod. And you see Whitebear takes his maul in both hands, raises it up, and says, "The enemy of the people is dead!" And this cheer erupts from the crowd. the cheer itself shaking some of the banners that flutter in the breeze at the edge of this mighty wooden deck. There is sudden music that kind of spontaneously breaks out, drums and some flutes that have been appeared out of nowhere throughout the crowd. None of it really unified, just a cacophonous, spontaneous sound of celebration. It kind of calms everybody down. And he looks down at Hertha and gestures. Behold, the glorious dead, those who gave their lives to protect our people. Today will be a day of song and of remembrance. May their legend never fade. There's this deep basso rumbling amongst all the people of Hoelbrak as with one voice they speak. May their legend never fade, never fade, never fade. And for a moment they all sort of place one hand over their heart and have a moment of silence. Hertha walks up to you, Brainiac, sort of lays her hands on the frozen form of Kitri. Very cold. Takes a moment and looks you square in the eye, Brina, and says, "You have traveled far, sister. It is not our way. Call back the victorious dead. But these are not known." She looks to Bertie and Galatar. Have you materials to undo this?
Depends on what you need.
What do you
Kitri would
need?
have had some on her for stuff like that.
500 gold
How
diamond.
much? I've got it.
Bitter laugh. Well,
Well,
believe
500 for me at least.
You have 500 what?
500 gold diamond for Ray's dead for me. But Kitri's is a little more complicated.
Also, would all of the things that I would have been carrying are those frozen too? Okay.
Yeah, everything.
I've got 600 gold pieces of diamond and 500 of diamond dust.
Okay.
Yeah, it needs to
I have
be
a
a
diamond worth 1,000 gold pieces.
Well, that'll be a little overkill, but I'll do it.
Whatever you need, we'll get it for you.
As she talks to the two of you, and you divulge that information, she says, "All right." She looks up at Newt, kind of nods to Kitri and to you, Brina. She kind of looks around the sky for a moment, and then you see Brina as she kind of locks her eyes on the rising moon, just making its way over the top of one of the mountains as the sun begins to set. Looks up at Newt and gestures, and gives the sign of 3. And Newt just gives her a silent nod. Puts an arm around what he can of ice raking. Just addresses the crowd once more, holding his warhammer out to the other side. "Tonight is a night for feasting. Come, gather your dead. We will take care of them, and then we feast, we sing, we laugh, we cry. All are welcome in Hoelbrak tonight." And again, this eruption of cheers and a respectful parting as Hertha just kind of gestures softly to you and begins to lead the way through the parting crowd to the Great Lodge of Bear. It takes a couple minutes to pass through the crowd, and it's odd. As you're passing through, Norn men, women, some kind of older children are pushing their way to the front, and everyone's sort of reaching out and trying to touch the frozen form of Kitri, or to reach out and just like brush their fingertips across Alexa's hair or her feet or the hem of her robes as you guys pass by, and they are muttering words that the rest of you don't necessarily understand. Rena, you hear in the giant tongue, the old tongue, words of thank you, of gratitude, of honor and victory. Some of them don't understand what's happening because you hear a couple of them utter blessings for like peaceful rest. But eventually you are able to make your way to the Lodge of Bear. It's different from the rest of the lodges. You've been in each of them, Rena. Do you know that in the Lodge of the Great Spirit of Bear, it's similar to the Lodge of Wolf in that it is built as a sort of in-cave den. It has large, heavy wooden beams and pillars supporting a vast roof. And it's built into the side of this mountain, sort of carved from a massive boulder. Bear is unique in that it has a sort of back entrance that leads out into an actual network of caves that opens out elsewhere in the town. And these are places where the children, the infirm, those who cannot fight in full battle come for their sanctuary in any sort of final stand situation. And you can see that there are signs that this place was pretty well packed not long before. At the moment, though, everyone seems to have left except a handful of the priests and the Haveroons that make this place their home. You see several of them piddling around. You guys can tell them very easily from the rest of the Norn. All of their accoutrements are bearskin. Mantles, long gloves with bear claws hanging over the tips, bear head hoods, claw necklaces, things like that. Most of them have forearms, biceps, or parts of their arms, parts of their chests and torsos exposed, showing a detailed knotwork set of tattoos. Most of them have some form of tattoo across their face, whether it's a bear paw or a stylized kind of knotwork bear face. Some of them are just runes and symbols that mean more to you, Brina, than anyone else. Symbols of good luck for a prosperous hunt or of protection and strength. You are led sort of down into a depression. There's a series of descending levels in this vaguely kind of circular or ovular space. Each level gradually getting lower until you reach the third and final area. It has a burning fire about 20 feet long and about 10 feet wide. Over top of it, sort of built into the stone, is a large vent to take the smoke out. This fire is magically sort of tended at all times by usually the senior Haveroon. Hertha pulls one of the priests aside, whispers a couple of things, and they start off into the darkness. Hertha gestures to you, takes you down to this lower area, and has you sort of set Kitri and Alexa's bodies out on tables. It's not long before the priest comes back with a couple others, and they are carrying more appropriately sized tables with some decorative, very colorful, very intricately woven cloths with sacred symbols of the spirits of the wild, of strength, of renewal, of cleansing. They set those two up side by side, long ways kind of pointed towards the fire, and lay each of their bodies down, head facing the fire. Hertha then goes to Bertie and asks for some of his diamond dust. Pulls out a fistful that would be worth about 100 gold pieces. She kind of measures it out with her hand and feels of it, kind of tests the weight of it, rolls it around her empty palm, nods at you, takes it over, sort of sprinkles it across Kitri's form in almost a circle, puts the rest in a small pile in the middle, and then with one swift motion reaches into the coals of the fire, pulls up like a handful of coals, dumps those on top of this pile of dust in the center, kind of shakes her hand in the heat, blows on it a little bit, rubs it on her vestments, claps her hands together, takes the rest of the diamond dust in the circle, scatters it with her hands, or gathers it rather, piles it over the hot coals, closes her eyes, and begins to mutter an incantation, and as she does so, she moves her arms back and forth. And as she does so, you watch as this enchanted ice begins to thaw almost immediately, dripping and puddling on the floor all around the table. It just starts to run off every edge. And just a couple of seconds go by, and you just watch this thing melt in real time. It just sort of dissolves all around, and the form of Kitri is revealed once again. All of her bags, her kit, her gear are there, but she is not breathing. She is still a paler shade of pink than you've ever seen her. Lips just a little bit purple. Hertha takes a deep breath, and you can see like she is sweating now. She's just sort of like shaking her hand. You can see that there are like, angry red welts where she grabbed those coals. All right. This is progress. I had feared that it perhaps would not work, but we have at least given her form back to her. This is good. It means there was no fragment of Jormag's will left in her. So this is good. This is good. But now the hard work begins. This will take time. I don't know if you wish to get something to eat, to drink. I could have it brought to you here if you don't want to leave. I recommend it. It will take quite some time.
I'm just gonna like rest her hand on Hertha's shoulder and just say, you know, I would not ask this of you if I had any other choice, and I would not ask it for myself, but if she wishes to return, she should have the choice.
She kind of cocks her head to one side a little bit. Gives you a reassuring pat, you know, underneath your arm on the tricep. Would you? If you were to fall, would you want your friends to bring you back? Or would you rest in peace with our ancestors, having achieved an honorable death?
I would like rest, but I cannot make that choice for them.
Agreed. We shall see how they feel. Turns and pulls one of her priests aside and whispers, makes a couple of gestures with her head. Priest nods theirs and disappears off into the dark. And 5-10 minutes later, some smaller round tables, just about like 2 or 3 feet wide, are brought out, kind of set off to the side. Pitchers of clean, fresh water are brought out. A couple of little boxes with just the most basic tea leaves. You know, just like leaves themselves. You would have to crumble them yourself and sort of put them in the tea to steep. At this point, Hertha is joined by 3 other priests. There are a handful kind of moving around the temple, sort of cleaning it, reorganizing things after the end of this period of trial. And Hertha sort of pulls Bertie and Galatar over and puts a hand on Kitri and Alexa. She's pulled the tables close enough she can touch them both and says, "This will take time, but I need very specific materials. We must have gemstones of fine cutting. Not flawless, but it must be pretty good. Diamond's best for the purity of the magic.
How much do you need?
What do you have?
Birdie will pull in just like right. It's like
Holds
right in
her
his
hands
shirt
out.
pocket. Like it should not be that close. And he just pulls out a diamond like the size of a fucking like kumquat or whatever. And, like,
How much is that
and
worth?
it's a 600 gold piece diamond.
Yeah, Kala already has diamonds in her hand too. One worth 1,000 and one worth 300.
Holy
She
shit.
takes the one from Birdie's hand and says, "This will do. I can use this." She looks over to Kala and she picks up the 300 gold. She kind of holds it up to the firelight. I don't know. This flaw here, I think that would cause a problem.
I've got emeralds too.
Got a black pearl here. He
What
just pulls
the-
a chain out, and it's a 500 gold piece black pearl.
And it's like, we have been traveling for a long time.
Yeah, with the 1,000 gold diamond
You're
the Kala
rich,
has, would that
bitch.
work as the
She
second diamond?
pulls that over. It's slightly larger and it's much clearer. Oh yes, this would work very well.
Use it.
But here's a whole bag of gems. I have another bag of gems worth 1,100 gold pieces.
Literally whatever you need, we will provide it, Hertha. Please.
I think these will be sufficient.
Thank you.
If you had to choose one of them,
Oh, bitch, don't.
Do it.
had to whom would you use this diamond? The big one, 1,000.
Well, Kitri is a healer, and she does specialize in being able to bring people back. Would she be able to help Alexa at all, do we think?
Rena just kind of drops her head because this has gotten so much harder than she thought it would.
Well, Bertie, any thoughts?
In this outfit, she looks so much like a little cub. And I point to Alexa.
This is gonna make me sick.
I love
Bertie, what
it.
about you?
I think about Kitri, and I think she would be the most okay with being at rest and back with the Pale Tree.
I understand that. I guess just from an Arcana point, it seems like it would be most beneficial to have somebody that's capable of using the kinds of magics that we need anyway to resurrect someone.
Sure.
That would be my only other thought. But I think we need to decide as a group. So if you and Kala are in favor of rescuing Alexa, Verena, what would be your choice?
What is the point of this, of fighting and trying to win if either way you are going to lose?
Bertha says, "We all die, sister. Those of us who fight the strongest creatures, the soonest. This is our way. If they have died honorably in battle, what more could one ask for?"
No, you're right. I think that Kitri would be comfortable rejoining the dream before coming back. I do understand the Arcana part of it, but I think Alexa has a lot of unfinished business that she would like to attend to.
Okay, then I think we've made our decision as a group. Hertha, could you bring Alexa back with the bigger diamond?
Of course.
Also, not to put this in perspective here, but I think if anybody's going to get a little help from the divine here, it's not going to be Alexa. So really, I think she needs all the help she can get. You know, like we could try and phone one into the pale tree for Petrie.
Brina does the kind of like wet laugh that you only do when you're halfway through crying, where it's like,
It's like the funeral laugh. Yeah.
Shall begin with the little one then. Very well. Some of you can assist, if you will. It would help to reach out to her spirit, to call it back to us. She lays the diamond on Alexa's chest. She like reaches out a hand on either side of her for two of you to take her hands.
Galatar will take one. Why not?
Who's gonna take her other hand?
I don't know any magic.
Birdie will take the other hand.
Okay. And then one more to take your hands on the other end.
It's everybody that knows how to do magic.
You don't need to know how to do magic. Only how to speak with them.
Okay, I'll take their hands.
Alright. The circle forward. We begin. She begins to chant a heavy, throaty chant. The rhythm almost kind of lulls you to sleep after a while, but it goes on and on and on. Minutes pass, it gets hot. You all start to sweat just from the effort of holding your arms out, but you feel this warmth kind of move through you and pass from her arms through yours to the next, and back to her. There's this cycle of positive energy begins to make its rounds. I don't think we've ever done this. Used a resurrection spell of longer than one action. You guys have used Revivify, but you've never had to resurrect someone like this. I don't
Like,
think.
not in this campaign.
Yeah, no, not long dead.
So,
oh,
we are using a modified Matt Mercer rules. They really like these resurrection challenges.
Oh, God.
It is so cool, but it's
So,
Yeah, it's so much more fun.
as part of this ritual, throughout it takes an hour to perform this chant. She will start squeezing one of your hands when it becomes time to contribute. And so each of you in the circle gets to contribute to this check. How are you reaching out, saying something, doing something, using a skill, preferably using a skill or a tool, because it's going to be a DC and a check. How are you reaching out to Alexa? Call her spirit back. Go in any order you want. I can put on a different. There's some fireplace sounds.
So we just need to speak or to somehow help you, Hertha?
Her chanting falters for just a moment. Reach out to her, call her back.
Okay, this is not like magic I'm used to, but I will try. And then Alexa, you're my favorite person to go around casting spells with and learning new things, and we've discovered many very cool spells, and we discovered that other dimension, and we have gone on adventures, and I would really like to continue that with you. I would really like for us to be able to finish this journey together. You're a very important part of our team, and I hope that you'll come back to us so that we can keep going on together. We're really happy that you're part of the Trollskull Six. And I guess he'll just kind of try and use Arcana to talk about like magical lore and just like fun magical things that he and Alexa have discussed before, if that's something he could do. Of like just trying to pique your interest and be like, you've got unfinished business in the magic realm.
Okay. Go ahead and make an Arcana check.
Because we did just spend a lot of time learning about spells. That was one of my big 18th level things.
Yeah. That's a 16 plus 17 for 33.
Okay. All right. Who is going to contribute next?
I think Birdie will think back to the early days of the Trollskull Six, and the early nights of the Trollskull Inn, and probably has like a fond memory of like sitting around, probably post early adventure, where Birdie had got up on that stage of the still unfilled walls, and led the drunken adventurers and tavern goers in some song, and he will start to sing that song, that kind of sea shanty-esque tale, and he'll try and make a performance check to call that memory back to here.
Okay. Good performance check.
30, natural 20, 37,
Boy.
37.
Kala.
I would like to try intimidation.
Period.
How do you intimidate the soul of a dead person
Yeah.
to come back?
She'll find a way.
Get your ass back here. We're not done fighting yet. We haven't even killed Primordus. He's your people's enemy. Yeah. And then I'll just roar.
Love it. No
Alright.
notes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Oh, you know what? I don't. Oh, well, that's fine. Alexa. Is your soul free and willing to return?
So much so.
Yeah? Okay. You find yourself floating in, at first, what seems just infinite darkness. No real sensation of up, down, north, south, light, dark. You're not floating like in water. There's no sensation of being carried, but you're also not standing on solid ground. You just sort of are. And then things sort of fade into view around you. The darkness almost seems to dissipate slightly, and it's like faint stars. And then one point of light grows much brighter than the rest. And it grows brighter and brighter. It seems to get closer and closer and larger and larger. You realize very quickly that it's not a single point of light. It is an equation. It is an arcane construct. It is a complicated series of rings within rings that circle spheres that are connected by webs of lines to one another that rotate around each other in odd geometrical formations. And it's not magic that you're familiar with. But the longer you look, the more sense it makes. And you see that one of these spheres, sort of brown, grayish, blackish sphere surrounded by rings of yellow and green, seems to sort of buckle and collapse in on itself. And then it bursts and the rings around it shatter into millions of bits of rainbow fragments that scatter across the rest of this mess of moving, ever-twisting, changing shapes. And as they approach other spheres, they are pulled inward towards them. And those spheres shift and change slightly. Their motion's still vaguely what it was, but their orbits perturbed. And it begins to dawn on you that what you're looking at is not a thing. It is a representation. You're staring at something you shouldn't be able to see manifested. You are looking at one tiny portion of the eternal alchemy. And another sphere, this one brilliant green with dots of bright pink and purple and red and yellow, buckles and collapses in and explodes, and the hexagonal shapes around it that ring it with their odd angles burst and shatter similarly to before. Their iridescent rainbow energy sort of scattered like debris from an explosion amongst all of these other moving bodies, and there are places where those fragments coalesce and are pulled into other shapes. A great molten orangish red orb, a multifaceted iridescent orb, slightly of purple, slightly translucent, and a similar, much smaller orb without the purple cast to it, an almost perfect transparent diamond that as it shifts you can see is made up of hundreds of tiny faceted faces that each reflect a dazzling array of iridescent light. Some of the fragments coalesce around that smaller object and it pulses and grows slightly larger. Its orbit less capricious and more smooth, while the others are disturbed. Their ever-moving and intertwining rings shaken and slightly oscillated. As you're trying to make sense of this chaos, you're trying to put two and two together, you hear the voice of Galatar. And as he talks about discovering worlds unknown and magics that you two have studied together, your eye is drawn to an odd sort of prismatic shape, itself several colors of the rainbow in odd faceted sides, uneven. It's not like a geometrical shape, it's an uneven polygon. It's orbiting rings, some circular, some angled, proceeding around each other at odd rhythms, chaotic. And then you hear the voice of Birdie singing. And your mind for a moment is distracted from the vision before you as you are taken back in time to Lion's Arch. to that song, to that night. Remember your connections there. And then finally, as you're trying to puzzle out what is going on, you hear the voice of Kala saying, "Come back," threatening you, mentioning the name of your people's great enemy, and your eye once again is drawn towards that molten orange-red globe. And then with a roar, your eyes flash open and the breath returns to your body, and you find yourself sweating, hot, tucked tightly in your winter onesie, lying on a hard table with Kala, mouth agape, fangs over your face. Bertie and Galatar on either side, kind of eyes closed, all holding hands with a strange woman who you vaguely recognize as maybe Brina's sister? Standing over you chanting. And the rest of you all see Alexa take breath suddenly. And she has returned to you.
Oh, I guess we've won in the end.
Oh, you're back.
Oh,
Oh, thank goodness.
Barely.
Thank you so much, Hertha.
Hertha just gasps. And she kind of like pulls her hands free. And she staggers back, her eyes kind of wild for a moment. She takes a couple of steadying breaths. Makes a motion and she just walks off. Take a moment. Goes and fills a wooden mug with some water and just guzzles it greedily.
Alexa, are you thirsty, hungry? Could we get you anything?
Exhausted and a little thirsty, but not really hungry.
Okay,
Kind of full of holes. It feels like a little still.
you
Hand
took
you one of
some
the water
big shots.
skins.
400 stale ass water.
Aged water.
Fine aged water.
Yeah. This is actually 102-year-old vintage of water.
You are exhausted, Alexa, beyond what you've ever felt before. You have that -4 penalty to everything.
For everything.
Yeah. And every time you finish a long rest, it reduces by 1.
4 days of rest.
Brandon just lays her like giant hand on top of Alexa's like teeny tiny knee. Gives a little squeeze.
We made it, Brina.
I guess we did.
Yeah, what? Where is I know Kitri was down. Is she okay?
She's
Turn your
still
head.
not back yet.
Oh,
You're
right.
lying next to you.
Well, don't
She
let
is
me
no
hold
longer a
you all
block of
back.
ice.
Yeah.
I don't. Hertha, are you able to do the ritual again today?
See her like swallowing as she chugs this glass of water. She sets it down. Give me one moment. She pulls a couple of priests over and they all kind of kneel together, putting their arms around each other in a sort of huddle. Sway back and forth for a little bit and you catch the casting of spells.
Seems
and
like you've been at it for a while.
a couple of seconds go by and eventually she pats 2 of them on the back and she gets to her feet. You can see her knees are a little shaky, but she turns around and she looks much better. She says, all right, some reinforcement. I think I can do this. I hope your friend wants to come back. This is very difficult. Come. She places the diamond on Kitri's chest. Gestures out. Who will aid me in this endeavor?
I can help you again. I think I have a better understanding of the magic now.
Brina?
I'm a kind of a jack of all trades, so I think I could bring it back.
It'll be nice to see what happened for me.
The Skald. Very well. She takes a deep breath and once again begins the chant. It goes on, and it goes on. About 40 minutes into it.
Probably like 20 minutes
starts-
in, I pass out.
Yeah, she starts squeezing your hand, Birdie.
Lex is like, this is so interesting.
Right.
I think Birdie kind of starts to like choke up and just in like a little whisper of a voice, he kind of goes like choking up. He goes, well, who's gonna heal me?
Oh no! Oh no!
And kind of like, yeah, and is gonna try. I don't know what skill that would be. If that'd be like persuasion, or
Self-pity.
like, yeah, I figure persuasion.
Oh,
Natural
It
20 again, baby. Let's go. 28.
Everybody's trying to live.
nobody dies on Birdie's watch.
That's right.
Stays
baby.
dead, I should say.
He does one thing, and that's skill checks.
They're human and they understand the common language.
I do one thing.
Game
and that's it.
All right, Galatar, how are you contributing to the ritual?
Key
This is
tree.
all for Keytree.
Yeah, in nature, things do pass and there are cycles of rebirth and things come back, but I don't think it's your time yet. I think you still have a long way to go in the nature of things for the pale tree. I think you could be a great leader for your people. And then I think he would just try and use kind of his knowledge of nature to talk about like the importance of that rebirth and like coming back renewed and not just that life doesn't just stop, that it goes through
There are
cycles.
annual plants.
Yeah. K3, be
Back
proud
out,
of
Mary.
it. You're a bi-year perennial. Every 2 years we will cut you down, but you will come back.
Stronger and better.
Yeah, so I'll try that if that's okay for me to use nature.
Gotta make your nature check.
Okay, 11 plus 11 for 22.
Okay. Rena.
Okay. I think before, like, we had begun the ritual or whatever, Brina would have gone over to the table of the tea leaves and various just loose stuff and picked up just any of like the basic foraging plants that she would know. So like, I don't fucking know, chamomile or something. It's stuff intended to like soothe.
Some sage.
Some sage. Fuck, if there's sage, absolutely. And would
Surprised
just
it
have
hasn't
them
come
like
up yet.
crumpled in her hands before she would have grasped hands with her peers. The thought being if she's able to bring any like medicinal properties of those bodies with her, then she would. And she's just would lean really close to Kitree's ear and say, you don't have to if you don't want to, but we miss you a whole bunch. And I miss you a whole bunch. So I'll see you soon if you want. And then she'll came back up. The hope being the emphasis on having those herbs in hand, you being survival. I'm stretching so hard.
I don't think survival would be useful here.
Galatar took nature, which is really rude of him. Medicine?
Sorry.
I mean, you're not really healing a dead body. This is all magic, so it's like persuasion or trying to reason with Keytree.
Talk about religion with the pale tree or something.
Use your athletics to give her chest compressions. Maybe that'll help.
Just start
Don't
pumping,
give
baby.
up.
I think she's like whispering these very nice things and has like all of her thoughts of attempts of what could have happened, or what tools she could have used to bring Keytree back, but she like ends up glancing at Kala and is like, You know, sometimes the most direct way is the most effective, and it's like, K3, listen, if you want to come back, you have to try, okay? You have to fight for it. So if you want to be here, be here. And she's gonna try and use intimidation if that's...
Intimidating souls to come back to life. I'm here for it, man.
I will beat your ass if you don't get back here.
I will kill you again, Shorty, if you're not interested in living.
I'm not done with you yet.
Okay.
This is just straight up and down intimidation.
Intimidation. 13.
She does what she can with what she has. But she's got some
Ain't-
shitty leaves in her hands, so that's
Ain't
good.
much, but it's all we got.
Not much, but it's honest work.
Should she get advantage on the intimidation for grinding some leaves down?
Yeah, right?
I'm gonna grind you too, Keeters.
Yeah.
So, Keytree.
Yes.
Find yourself sitting on a soft carpet of green moss that covers the top of a flat gray stone at the edge of a shallow brook that's just emptying into a small pond nearby. You've seen this before. You've had visions of this pond. It's a place that you knew in the Grove. When Mordremoth wanted to influence you, it would find you here in your dreams and try to worm its way into your mind. But now, as you look to the trees that surround this open glade, there are no shadows beyond that which is natural in the trees around you. The shadows are soft with a green tint. The warm light of the sun you can feel on your face. Dragonflies and butterflies kind of zip around and flutter around the flowers and on the surface of the water. And you hear the soft sound of footfall as someone approaches behind you, walking barefoot over the moss. And you don't even have to turn. You know the presence that you feel here in this safe space. You feel their aura just before you feel their physicality as they kneel down behind you. The ruffles of the gown, very much like the wide, long petals of an overlarge flower. As a pair of arms reach around and embrace you from behind, you recognize the arms of the Pale Mother. And you hear the voice behind you. Welcome home, child. I knew someday you'd return to me, though I didn't think it would be so soon. We are so happy to have you with us once again. Here, you may finally rest from your long journey. Here there is no weariness. There is very little darkness. Enjoy your stay, refresh, grow once more, and perhaps someday, when you're ready, you might rejoin your brothers and sisters as a new sprout. You kind of lean back, you rest your weight on this figure behind you, and you feel, while it is warm and giving and comfortable, it is absolute and unyielding. And there is a sense of limitless peace that you can't even remember from the time that you do recall being in the dream. And in the midst of this moment of pure relaxation, you hear a choked whisper. But who's gonna heal me? As the voice of Birdie flutters into existence. For a moment, you're not even sure you heard it. You're not really sure it matters. you hear a light, sort of airy chuckle, and you can feel the shaking of the creature behind you, still absolute in its presence, but that warm and yielding physicality as she laughs. Well, I may have spoken too soon. And then you hear Galatar's voice talking about the unending cycle of nature. Life, death, a new life from death. A time and a place for all things. And there's a slight tickle on the side of your neck and in your ear as the Pale Mother leans in and whispers closely to you. Your friends are wise, my child. And then you hear the voice of Brina. And it just kind of rambles a little bit. And you catch the faint scent of many crushed herbs that really don't belong together. And it's endearing in its charm. And expectedly, you hear that gentle voice shift into frustration as she orders you to come back and starts yelling at you. Are you willing to return to the material plane?
Of course.
Let me roll a
Petrie
d20.
feels very like comfy, and she's like, oh, like this is where it goes, but also she's like, but what about my friends?
Even as you ask, it's like a cloud passes over the sun, but there's no sense of fear or trepidation. It's just a little cooler, everything goes a little dimmer, and then it gradually fades to black. And as your eyes snap open, you see your friends towering over you, Brina furiously crying, the Havroon ending her chant and beginning to back away in the light of this fire. You hear just the faintest whisper, I will always be here. And you all notice your friend has returned and takes her first gentle breath.
What, why is it, I'm cold and I'm hot?
Yes.
What?
Yeah, you are drenched in sweat, being this close to such a roaring fire.
Kitru, you're back.
Where did I go?
Long story short, you kind of died.
Yeah, you were just like a block of ice for a little bit.
I was a what?
Just frozen.
Sculpture.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Nice
Jormag kind of
picture
like
there.
did the shapeshift thing that Moisramoth did, and when he did, you froze.
Solid.
Yeah.
You had an epic position, though. You were very savior-esque.
Oh my god, Alexa, I thought you fell asleep.
Oh, I did.
Scared the shit out of me.
She's been asleep for the last 45 minutes.
So,
Everyone
Hear
started
a-
talking, so I figured it was done.
You guys hear a splash, and as you look over, two of the priestesses have come out, and there's a large jug of cold water that's being poured over Hertha's head, down her back, and she's just, oh,
Hertha,
this-
thank you
this
so
is
much.
much better. Oh, this is good. Yes, you're welcome.
Yes, get the fuck out.
I need a bath. Oh, I am glad this worked, but I am very tired. There is food at the lodge. We should eat. You must be famished. And she looks
You
at
are
Kitri and Alexa.
Power nap really
definitely
helped
Brina's
the
family.
appetite. Yeah.
Keitra, you are absolutely exhausted. You have a -4 to everything. It'll reduce by 1 every time you take a long rest.
Yeah.
Brina puts Hertha's arm around her and just says, "Do you want to get some food as well, sister?"
She kind of looks at you, and it's weird. Like her eyes are kind of half lit, and she almost looks a little drunk. She's so tired. Do you know what, sister? I would really enjoy that.
Okay,
She
love.
sort of like play punches you, and it's like really hard.
Okay.
It's been a while, but you remember that punch.
She like just gives her tucks her little chin in and gives her a little kiss on the shoulder and says, let us go then. And Bria's just weepy in general right now. I'm not really sure how to process a lot of the things that have happened.
Are my
Killed
restored
fucking Jormag.
to 1 HP?
Yeah, I think we're at 1.
Yes, you have 1
There's
HP.
just 2 different
Yeah,
buttons to.
Top of the
Alright.
world, baby.
Those are new buttons. I've never seen those before.
Yeah.
As
And
you guys are
Galatar
leaving-
will start casting prestidigitation on Keytree just to, like, you know, dry off all the water that is currently soaked through it.
Yeah, I'll hit
An hour
our
by the fire has helped, or 2 hours rather.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll hit Keytree and Alexa with some cure wounds. Level, yeah, we'll see. I'll do a level 2 to each of you. I don't think it'll matter too much, but
Just put a little extra pep in our step.
Alexa and Keytree.
13 and 10.
Yeah. Double digits.
As you guys hit the cold, bracing air of Hoelbrak, it's still really cold, but it's not the frigid, stinging, burning Arctic air it was during the battle. It's a more temperate cold now. And Hertha is leaning heavily on Brina. You see, like, Hertha's a little bit taller. She leans over and smooshes Brina's face. It's like, this little one, I could tell you stories, and we'll get Solvik. Is Solvik here? I don't remember.
Yeah, do tell.
Who is Solvik?
Anything you recall about Brina's childhood?
Oh, that's actually okay. We have to like.
Was Solvik like your childhood boyfriend or something?
No,
Let's-
Solvik is my
Ew.
brother.
Oh,
so gross.
I don't know.
Okay, that we actually. I
mean-
feel like we did know that.
This is Southern Hoelbrak.
I'm going to be honest. I'm not good with names.
That's okay, Galatar. You actually would get along really great with him.
Well, I
No.
hope to meet them.
Yeah, no, we can. I say we go get some food. Let's talk about Brina as a child, and we'll just kind of have that as our after meal discussion.
Sure.
And you know what? We slayed that dragon today. We are more than halfway through writing this ROM. It was our hardest battle yet, but we still did
Hertha
it.
just says, you guys are very impressive. We will be singing stories about you for a long time, I'm thinking. Solvik
Don't
is
worry.
not here. Hagen is here.
Goodness
He is
sake.
with the Wolfborn, I'm positive. We'll find him near the ale casks.
Yeah.
I mean,
Perfect. That's where we're
know
heading.
this.
Yeah,
You know this,
yeah.
Yes. Solvik is north. He is out scouting.
Let
But
them-
Asta is here. We should get Asta.
Okay.
Mama would love to have us all together.
Oh yeah, and Mama would probably have some good stories as well about
Oh,
little
you
baby
don't
Brina.
even know. She tried to
I
box a Dolyak once.
What
It
about
was only a
Halvar?
calf, but it was so funny.
It's probably
Who won?
The Dolyak.
The Dolyak. Yeah, I
No,
was afraid
she
that would be
was-
the.
Like 8 years old. The
Yeah.
Dolyak was like 4 times her size. It
Yeah, but like it was looking like it wanted to
hilarious.
bite. Oh.
I mean, I watched Reno wrestle a dragon today, so, you know.
This
How's
is true.
your other brother, Halvar?
Oh yeah, what happened to Halvar after the skirmish on the outside of the gate?
Like for a hot second, she lets you go and stands up straight, and you watch as her eyes go wide. Oh shit! I'd nearly forgotten. She turns to you, Brina, and just stares you dead ass, and is like, "Go to the lodge." I will find him. And she disappears into the snow.
I could send him a message.
It's
I have a little bit of power.
Let us get some food and rest, and we will deal with whatever else happens as it comes. Apparently, Brina like leans down and scoops up Kitri in one arm and Alexa in the other, and just takes like a big inhale and a big exhale, and is like, "I'm so sorry, but I'm really glad you guys are back."
I didn't want to not be back.
why would you be sorry? I mean, we're here
no.
now together, aren't we?
I saw some really cool stuff, but it's when you know everything and you can't do anything with it, it's kind of boring. So it's better to be here.
Good. Well then. To the
I would have missed you guys. I would have missed you guys.
Well then, Kitri, we would have missed you.
Yeah, well, I'm glad we're all together again. You all go into the lodge. I'll catch up with you in a little bit. And Galatar will just kind of make his way back up to where the dragon's body was, just kind of check in on it, and then say like a little prayer for the dragon, and then take some notes. What happened to the dragon?
Do his Galatar thing.
Yeah, do them in that order.
And then he pees on it a little.
Oh,
Galatar takes a big old
he
dump.
definitely peed when he was in the water, guys. That was the time to go.
I gotta warm myself up real quick.
So what you're saying is that you've been walking around with pea sickles, like
what I'm saying is
frozen
I
to
have
you.
prestidigitation, my friend. I take care of my own, okay?
Galatar's like, you never get a good piss break during battle, but you know what?
Galatar read Harry Potter.
I'll be honest. I was not expecting that battle to kick off. I was yo-yoing the whole time. I had to poop so bad.
Yep.
Yeah, I didn't know what to tell you, but I thought you had pooped when I went to give you the potion. It smelled rancid over by you.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I held it in for as long as I could, but
well,
one
you look
dragon
great.
breath will do, yeah, I guess.
Yeah, well.
One little breath over here.
So eventually, you all find your way to the lodge, and there are hundreds of Norn packed into this enormous Viking longhouse, multiple levels high. It's a sort of a vaguely kind of T shape. It's super long left to right, and only about half as long on the bar of the T. But each of them goes up about 4 stories high and has massive wooden staircases that lead on either side up to the next levels. There are just so many hunting trophies here, heads mounted on walls, full on like taxidermy animals like stuck in war poses, you know, snow leopards, minotaurs, bears, wolves, just all sorts of beasts of the mountains, hanging on 2 massive chains right over the main stretch where the largest of the cook fires is an enormous tooth from Jormag that is just sort of like dangling there. There are hundreds of large barrels of ale turned on their sides, all with spigots, and just like dozens of empty wooden mugs all around them. And you just see people running up, grabbing a couple, filling them, running over to the nearest spit, just tearing a piece off of some large boar or mountain turkey or something that's just been like slowly roasting. Kala, it's just like meat and ale everywhere. You've gone to paradise. It is not difficult to find Mama and Papa Eriksson. Asta and Hagen are here. They're around. They're not necessarily with Mama and Papa, but they are here with their contingencies, their friends. You learn that Brynjar and Thira your other two siblings, were sent to Cragstead. It's a steading on the other end of the Wayfarer foothills. It's one of the other larger clusters of steadings in the mountains. So they were sent there with some of the other Wolfborn to kind of protect the people who couldn't reach Hoelbrak fast enough. You know, probably from having visited it once, this is where a lot of the Dolyak herding takes place. It's a really easily defended position. There's only like one road that can go up there, so you know they're not really worried about folks up there. Your father has a big bandage wrapped around his head. He's got a big knot on his forehead. Your mama has one arm in a sling. Like one of her arms is kind of broken, just a little bit. She's like heavy bruises. They were defending the lodge, and a small group of Spawnier had like scaled the cliffs and kind of descended above the lodge, and were trying to fight their way in through the upper levels. And they showed themselves very well, very honorably. Your father is telling the story over and over. Like as soon as he finishes, people go,
and they get bigger and more.
Toast, and then they move, and like the next group comes in, and he's like, "There we were. There were 20 of them." And then yeah, like the next group comes in, 30 men come pouring through the northern windows. Mama stood her ground, one great hammer, and with one blow felled 2 of them. And every time, yeah, just a little more embellishment slightly as new groups come in. The whole time, your mother's just sitting there, and every time he tells a lie, she takes a drink.
Great drinking game.
Yeah, eventually, there comes a point where, I mean, everyone's crowding around you. As soon as you guys enter the place, there's just this eruption of shouts and cheers. You're flooded with people. Some of you are lifted up, those who can be, and for a moment you are carried towards the nearest ale station, where they put you up on tables and insist that you tell the story before you can drink. You know, they're like handing it to you, but like, you know, tell stories, tell story, and it's like when you agree, they hand you the drink so you can drink while you're talking, and you tell it over and over again.
I think Birdie hops up on the bar, and like gets into the stance, and he's like kind of starts telling this story, and like gets to the end, towards the end of it, and you realize that like he's like, so there I was with Brina and Galatar, and we were the only ones left, and everyone else had fallen down. And now I saw it. Brina, she said, just like totally ass-hatting off, of like, you know, it's definitely, I think, gives the, but like in this story, Bernie did not go down.
The most flattering light.
Yeah.
Make a deception check.
As you can see, he's like half of his face is like a bruise.
Definitely didn't go down. Definitely didn't shit his pants when he died.
Yeah, definitely did not shit his pants when he died. Definitely did not go
didn't
down.
even shit.
You notice that as you're getting into the telling, and like there's enough people that even as Birdie's talking, some of you can like be talking to others as well, because there's just so many people around you, and you're just kind of spread out a little. The noise and the din around you is still going, but it quiets a little bit as so many people, even on the floors above, are like hanging over the balconies, holding on to chains, like listening to you. When you finally finish and Birdie takes his bow, you hear from one of the upper balconies, "This is my baby girl!" And then occasionally, like from out in other parts, like, "It's my sister! It's my sister! That's Tiny!"
That's Tiny!
Yeah, you can hear Hagen, and you hear a bunch of the Wolfborn kind of chuckle around him. Eventually you find Mama and Papa. They tell you their story, swap stories. The party goes on. It gets to be pretty late in the night. Some of the young Norn are just unconscious. They're just blackout unconscious drunk. But not enough of them that the party stops. And it's still loud and obnoxiously crowded. People like stepping over unconscious bodies. You know, those who care the most are kind of like dragging them and propping them up so they don't like sleep on their faces all night, just getting them out of ways of people to step on them. At some point, the doors creak open. The big main doors are like 20 feet tall. And standing in front of the hanging fang of Jormag is Hertha, side by side with Hoelbrak. And everything goes quiet. And everybody just kind of stops and stares. You hear the heavy footfalls of Newt Whitebear as from the second floor balcony that kind of overlooks this massive cooking pit and the fang steps forward and grips the railing. And you can see like he's grabbing on so hard he's white knuckling it. His long white gray beard, free from any bindings, his hair sort of streaming back in a silver mane as he looks out with a cold stare. And he says,
Halvar Eriksson, you have done great harm to the people of Hoelbrak. What have you to say for yourself, boy?
And like you could hear a pin drop. Halvar steps forward, pulls out a hefty great club from bindings on his back, props it up. It's nearly as tall as he is. Lets it drop, and it kind of clatters down the steps, landing underneath the hanging fang. And he raises his hands up. You can see half of his body still just this enchanted ice.
Newt Whitebear, people of Hoelbrak, brothers.
He finds your eye, Brina.
Sisters, I have done many bad things. I believed dragon was the path to true strength. I know now that I was wrong. The slayer of Sormir, my sister, showed me the error of my ways in true Norn fashion, and I have spent every day since trying to atone. Today, I brought the Jotun of the Hills to defend our steading, and they will speak with you, Whitebear, if you care to listen. They would have peace. No longer would they hunt our Dolyak or bother our homesteads. To you all I say, I surrender myself to your justice now. As you see fit, so let it be done.
You see Hertha behind him, which is a hand up because he's pretty tall. About Brina's size, so she's a little taller than him. She can reach up and put her hand on his shoulder. Nods, looks at him, kind of looks around, nodding. Casts an eye up at Whitebear and says,
I support him in this, Whitebear. Know that he has the favor of Bear this day.
Whitebear still just like gripping the edge. You can hear the creak, and there's this hard sort of splinter as part of the banister under his arm cracks a little bit. Takes a deep breath through his nose, breathes it out like a bull.
Come here, boy. We will talk, you and I. What are you all looking at? Get back to it.
And there's a slight cheer, like, all right, and the music starts up again. The clatter of silverware, the pouring of ales, songs continue. And there are a couple people that are kind of silent as he walks by. You notice, Brina, that some people turn to him and give him a nod of respect, if not welcome, but at least respect of strength. Some people that you know knew him, some lady folk, see him and kind of give him a sidelong glance, as he walks by, not of approval, a little sketchy eye. But you also notice that Hertha walks with him, and every time she passes someone like that, she turns, kind of bares her teeth at him, like, and they're very quickly sort of going back to their own business. And eventually Halvar joins White Bear, and they kind of retreat to the back of the lodge where White Bear's great throne sits. And you can just kind of see them sitting and talking in the firelight. Halvar oddly just sits crisscross applesauce on the floor in front of him like a child taking lessons. It's an odd thing. But they talk, and the night continues. I'll leave it to you all to describe how you end the evening, in what position or whatever, what condition.
I would say Kala doesn't drink very much and is always trying to keep Kitri and Alexa in sight.
Oh yeah, I would be like in bed.
Kind of
probably,
hovering.
like, not long into the partying.
Kichu would probably like have been there for like a little bit at the beginning, maybe stayed enough through like hearing the stories and everything. But she would have easily wanted to just like go sit outside.
Pretty much as soon as Halvar showed up, I'd go to bed. Because like that was my concern, was like, well, where was Halvar? But yeah, once then it's like, okay, everyone's all right.
Asked and answered.
Yep.
Never mind.
Are we going back home or are we staying here?
I probably.
Well, I don't know about you guys, but
Betty, you had 2 beers.
No. That was the first ones, and they're
Yep.
You're staying here.
They're bigger here.
You don't remember where the gate is.
Yeah.
Do you want
We'll
to stay?
teleport
Walk
in.
What? And I think Birdie just like collapses on like probably one of the like on the floor like against the
Piles
bar.
of, like, bear furs and stuff. Yeah.
Sliding.
Yeah.
Stay here
Essentially.
for the evening.
Just gets
At least.
absolutely obliterated.
I'd like to see how we recover in the morning.
So are Kitri and Alexa both staying here at the lodge, or were you all going back?
Kichu was just gonna go outside to escape the quiet or escape the noise and just maybe like lay in the snow for a while. But she's just outside. She hasn't gone to bed. She's just like outside the lodge. So she can still hear like the noise and like the din of the party and everything. But
I'm that compliant 5-year-old. You just carry me wherever, and I'll sleep through it.
Birdie and Alexa just pass out.
I'd probably just
Nice.
carry them to a bed if there are beds in the lodge.
There are lots of like bed frames stacked with furs and things like that. A lot of them are occupied at this point, but it's easy enough to fit 2 of them in one big Norn bed.
Right, they're all king, California king.
I think Brina like sits throughout the evening, probably like nursing a beer, but not like super drinking it, and keep an eye on Birdie and Kitri and Alexa and anyone who looks like they're gonna completely toddle over. But like primary attention is keeping up with Halvar and White Bear, kind of monitoring that discussion.
So I imagine that well, at some point you're aware that Birdie and Alexa are kind of like dragged up to bed. They're
Yeah.
just kind of laid out. Kitri is
We are
discovered
safe.
outside, and I will say, Kitri, as you're out there, you see this beautiful sort of icy blue aurora in the sky, and it's even brighter at night. Galatar, having gone up to check the dragon, when you went to look, what you would have seen was vaguely the same shape, but cracked and sort of crumbled, and that was just like a pile of broken ice that sort of resembles what you saw as Jormag, and covered with a dusting of snow. It looks very much like a formation of ice just tumbled over out here.
If I were to like wipe away some of the snow and stuff, does it still look like Jormag's form under the ice? Like it's just encased in the ice, or does it look like he's kind of devolved into ice itself and cracked apart?
It kind of looks like that, yeah. Like he has sort of become transparent, and something cracked him apart and sort of tumbled into the general formation of that body.
Gotcha. Yeah, and I would keep an eye on Kitri when she goes outside. I would just like stay by a window or something to keep an eye on her. And then once everybody else goes to bed, I think Galatar would probably head back to Lion's Arch.
Nah, dude's headed to Divinity's Reach. He's gonna go see his girlfriend.
Better.
Not as far as you know.
What is Kitri doing after going outside for a bit? Are you sleeping in the lodge, or are you going somewhere else?
I think if she could, she would maybe like find a tree or something sort of somewhere and like maybe wild shape into like a little like I don't know, like ice fox or something.
Yeah, a
And
little
just sort
Arctic
of-
fox.
Yeah, curl up and like she's just gonna go to bed
Make
outside.
yourself a little den and curl up under it.
Yeah, just be outside, be in nature.
Okay.
Fall asleep under the aurora.
So at some point, Galatar, your friends are mostly asleep. Brina's awake and sipping a drink while listening to people, always having an eye out on her brother, talking with nudes. And you make your way to Lion's Arch.
Yeah, and I'm just gonna go ahead and start like going to the Temple of Cormyr, wherever I think that I could find books on anything that might be known about Primordius.
Well, it's like, 1 a.m.
Yeah, but I assume there's got to be some sort of 24-hour library when you're at Temple of Cormyr. I don't know.
Does
When you're one
Brina
of us.
see Galatar like leave for the gate?
I would say you see him go outside when
He gives you an Irish
Kitri
goodbye.
goes out.
I wouldn't. No, I wouldn't.
Oh, and he wouldn't like try to hide that he was leaving. He would like if you were still awake or downstairs or something, like he'd say
Yeah,
bye. He's not trying to
Brina's awake.
be sneaky. Yeah.
Are you gonna be like, I'm going to the library? It's
Well,
1 a.m.
I think he would just say like I'm heading back to Lion's Arch to work on a couple of projects and things.
I would say that you are like exhausted.
Yeah. I mean, I know he's
And
exhausted.
and you know that the temple is not like open at this hour for patrons to come in. Yeah, they open their doors with the sun.
That's fine. Then he'll just go back to Lion's Arch and work at his desk on the notes for Jormag.
Okay. Do you
Before
plan on
you-
sleeping tonight?
Yeah.
Okay.
I would imagine he works at his desk until he eventually like passes out from exhaustion.
Brina would lay a hand on his arm before he completely left and just said, Galatar, please rest this evening.
I will. I just want to make sure we're as prepared as possible. I think
never-
today was a big reminder of how easy it can be to lose our friends.
We'll never be as prepared as possible.
Maybe, but the more we know, maybe the better our odds of survival. I don't want to lose anybody else the way we lost Kitri or Alexa today, and if we lose them trying to fight Primordius underground, there's a good chance we wouldn't be able to get them to help in time. So
Okay, well, if we lose you because your eyeballs fall out from staring at your stupid scrolls, then that's going to be unfortunate as
Whoa.
well, okay?
I've got many good
Go
light
to
spells.
bed, Galatar.
I will. Just going to do some light work first.
Alright. About 3 in the morning, Brina, as the adrenaline has crashed. And you've had a little to drink, not a lot, but you are starting to nod, and you notice that Halvar is walking away from Nude's throne, sort of picking his way among people. It's kind of started to quiet down at this point. There are a couple of hardcore corners where people are still like shouting and like banging their heads together. It's like the gnarliest of the warriors that are, they're gonna ride it out till the daylight comes. But most of the people are like down talking more quietly. Some of them have curled up together and just like fallen asleep leaning on each other. But Halvar finds you. And turn this down just a hair. And he kind of comes over and with a huff kind of collapses next to you and just reaches over and pats your knee a little bit, kind of like joshes you with his shoulder, his good shoulder. As he turns, like there's I imagine for Brina a little pang of heartache as he turns to look at you, and that whole like side of his face, sort of like almost draconic horns of ice that have formed off the side of his head. Pale blue eye, supposed to his normal color like yours. Turns and says,
Well, that went much better than I thought it would.
You still have a head, which is more than I expected.
I do. I've worked very hard to keep it, though. Jotun are disgusting. Just don't ever tell them that. They don't take kindly to it.
Have you seen their body yet?
No.
Do you want to? There's not much left, but
I suppose I should. Let's go.
Brina grabs like 2 bottles of mead or whatever she can carry on the way out. But I'll take them to the.
he grabs a torch from the wall. As you guys head out, he kind of looks up, sees the aurora.
Let him. It. They.
I don't know.
Me neither.
I think it's a good thing.
We'll see. Does that thing as you guys are walking down, it kind of like leans into you every now and then. You know, something that happened when you guys were young, just do it all the time, just to irritate you.
Yeah, I think it's like really easy to fall back into step despite the like years. But yeah, I think she would just literally point to the giant male device and be like, well, that's him.
Kind of looks for a long while quietly.
So strange. Doesn't look quite so scary like this. Or so strong.
It was pretty scary when I was halfway inside of his mouth earlier, but
What?
it is fine. He's mostly dead.
You went
now.
in his mouth?
I
Did
put
he
the-
eat you?
No, I tried. I got him with my sword in the mouth, but I had to mostly go into the mouth in order to get him with the sword. So, you know, basic technique. Go straight into the dragon mouth. Dragon fight 101.
Buff. Ballsy. I like it.
Oh, I mean the fight and stuff was very scary, but I didn't realize how far into your head he could get.
Howard just kind of closes his eyes for a minute. Nods. Turns and hands you the torch.
Takes it.
Kind of walks forward on his own. Gets right where the head of Jormag would have been. It's sort of like a vaguely Jormag-shaped pile of crusty ice now. He leans down and he grabs what was one of these long mammoth tusks and sort of like breaks off the pointed tip of one. Holds it up and looks at it. Holds it in his hand, and he just stands there quiet for like 2 or 3 minutes. And eventually you hear this crack and then a pop. The thing just shatters in his hand, and he flips the fuck out. Like he just starts like stomping his foot into the face and like gets down and starts pummeling it with his fist. He's just screaming, just like, ah! Just going to town, just like beating his fists until you can see there are like smears of blood from his hands as he's just crashing in. But you notice that as he pulls up his icy fist, there's no blood there. And he's just hammering into it, just like taking chunks and throwing it like a pissed off gorilla, until eventually he just has spent that energy and his 2 hands are on the ground and he's like down on his knees just heaving and just watch the rise and fall of his back and his chest as he's breathing deep. You hear like a strangled sob. And it's just like he stays there for a second and just keeps breathing. His breathing gradually gets under control until eventually he shifts to one knee, takes a couple more breaths and stands up, shifts his shoulders, grabs a piece of cloth and like kind of scrubs his face, facing away from you. Looks up at the aurora, kind of looks over the scene. Turns back and he catches your eye and kind of looks down at the ice and shuffles back over to you, almost looking like a kid who got caught doing something. He looks a little embarrassed. Reaches out for the torch. Thanks. Don't tell Mama and Papa. Or Hertha, or Brynjar, or Tira, or the others.
I know that well. I'm glad your head is your own again, brother.
Reaches forward and like pulls a hand around your head, kind of like bangs your forehead into his. Thank you for bringing me back. Gives you a kiss on your forehead. Just kind of pushes your face away.
No. She shoves him back.
Ah. What will you do now?
Galatar is already researching the other dragon, and I still have not peed since we fought the Jormag, so I'm like really hoping we get like a day, you know? It's the adrenaline, you know?
Did you ever learn to write your name?
No! Ew! How far? It just shows me this one.
What? It's an acquired skill. Takes practice.
You're gross.
Dexterity check.
You are gross. Oh, I don't know. I don't know what is next, but probably another dragon. And then maybe another. And I don't know if there's another after that one, but maybe. But then after that, I would really love to just hang out for a little bit.
That sounds like a good idea.
We've missed being home.
Would you do me a favor? Walk with me around Hoelbrak one last time.
Okay.
Kind of loops one arm around yours. He's got the torch in one hand. As you start to walk, he says,
I'm going to work for White Bear. I'm going to be a speaker for the North with the Coden and the Jotun. He may even have me talk to the Grawl. I don't know. But I'm going to be banished from Hoelbrak. This is the last night I am welcome to stay. I can visit on official business, but that is the price that I must pay.
That's not very fair.
Well, it's better than death, so I'm not going to complain.
Yeah, I mean, it's good that your head is not cut off, but you worked.
It looks pretty good where it is.
No, it is little gross still, but
Yeah.
you just worked really hard to come home, and now you don't even get to stay.
Well, I suppose if I wanted to, I could stay with Mama and Papa. But you know how that would go.
Never mind. Stay
Yeah.
banished.
I'd rather be camping in the wilderness. Maybe I'll come visit you in your city by the sea, huh? I hear it's really warm there. It doesn't sound pleasant.
No, you would like it.
Yeah?
You really would.
Maybe when all this is done. Well, At the very least, I'll stop by Kragstead first. I haven't seen Brynjar and Tira in quite some time.
Yeah,
I know they were worried.
Yeah, they're gonna kick your ass. Like hard.
They can certainly try.
They're going to try, but glad you're home, wherever that is.
Squeezes your arm. He just kind of leads you on a tour of Hoelbrak, just stopping by all the shrines, and he takes a moment at each one, at the great lodges to the great spirits. He doesn't go in, but he stops at the doors, and he kneels down and he takes a moment to really kind of pray earnestly. Eventually, you make your way around to the far side of the city where the shrine to the lost spirits is, and that is where Asta is like a tender of the shrine. They don't really have a Havrun because the spirits are no longer with the Norn people. When the Norn people fled south from Jormag when he rose, 3 of the great spirits of the wild sacrificed themselves to prevent him from killing them all. So they are honored at the Lost Spirit Shrine. And as he stops to pray there, Asta is there. And there's a brief moment where you guys get to meet. He gives him some words of advice about the forgiveness of the spirits and the long road ahead, but tells him that he is always welcome to stop by, and should he need anything, she's always happy to help. They've never been as close as the two of you, but still definitely a familial bond. And eventually, he leads you back to the lodge and says, I've already talked to Mama and Papa. I think I'll take my leave. The Jotun are in the hills nearby. I'll stay with them for the time being and reach out when I can.
I'm proud of you.
Super proud of you, Dragon Slayer. Pulls you in and gives you a tight hug.
See you soon.
So he turns and walks slowly eastward.
Just watches him go, but feels a lot better than the last time. Actually, had to watch him go.
Eventually, after a long sleep, everybody in Hoelbrak wakes up and gets bacon and eggs and meat and more meat and like a little bit of bread and some meat on the side. Roasted potatoes and root vegetables, lots of the winter foods. And those of you who would depart the next day are able to make it back to Lion's Arch as soon as you are ready. If any business anyone needs to conclude in Hoelbrak, that would be the time. Brina, if you like, you can retcon this next time we get together, if there's something you wanted to have done.
I'll think on it, but I think she would probably go back to Lion's Arch, check in, and then go back to Hoelbrak for a minute, assuming there's not going to be another time. Assuming, but
No.
I guess one day at a time.
Okay. I will say that Galatar, the following morning after you have some breakfast, if you go back to the temple, you are welcomed in. You're a known face. You're a hero of the city. It doesn't take 10 minutes before a very sort of harassed-looking librarian type comes to you with a little bit disheveled hair and a stack of scrolls and books, and it's just like, I finally gathered all the things you wanted on the Flame Legion, sir. It's all here.
Oh, perfect. Thank you so much.
That's what you had been looking at.
Yes, I'm going to start with this. Could you go ahead and pull everything you have on Primordis, especially if you have verified sources or primary source documentation that's been corroborated?
They kind of look at the ceiling for a minute, and it's like they're doing some rough calculation. Yes, sir. That should be easy enough to do. We don't have much. It shouldn't take long.
Am
I'll
I
be
allowed
back
to
shortly.
tip pages here? Am I allowed to tip librarians?
Would you consider Breeden lands
you
art
can-
cheap?
Just the tip.
Leave a donation at the front desk with the docent if you like.
Oh, okay. I wanted to give you a thank you for putting all these
We're-
materials
the
together.
temple takes care of us. It's all right.
Oh, okay,
We've
well, I already
all taken
donated
like
good
vows
amount.
of poverty, clergy.
Oh,
Oh no,
wow.
they take care of us.
well, no,
Plenty
that's
to
good.
eat
I
and
mean, it's a
drink,
great
and
temple. Yeah,
all the books you can get to.
that's actually sounds delightful. Okay, well,
We're fine.
thank you.
All right,
I'll
and
look
he
into the Flame
scuttles
Legion if you'll
off.
just send a message to
Yeah.
Trollskull Manor if I've already left for the day, just to let me know once you compile the books.
He gives you a deep nod and scurries off into the shadows. Yeah, so it'll take time to look through all the documents, but a sort of quick perusal is most of it is first-hand accounts of Ascalonian survivors who fled to Kryta with Prince Rurik a couple of years after the searing, when he separated himself from his father, King Adalbern, and unfortunately died in the passage over the mountains, but some survivors brought some documents with them. It's mostly about life in pre-searing Ascalon, char raids. It's interesting because you quickly notice that a lot of those documents don't refer to the Flame Legion. They just say the char. And take this down. What do we have here? That's not good. I'm gonna put some good music on. Hang on. Where's our city? I know I've got some stuff here. Where is it? Where is it? That's not the right one. Cities. Here we go.
And he turns on battle music because the Flame Legion is
Dun,
attack.
dun, 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 dun.
With
City of
Primordus.
Wonder. There we go.
The second searing.
Hmm.
Oh boy.
Doesn't want to let me do it.
While you're finding that, can I ask you a question that I don't remember about the lore? When Rurik was killed, it was by was it bad dwarves? Is that who
Stone
killed him?
Summit Dwarves.
And are they weren't like aligned with Primordus or anybody bad. They were just like kind of territorial themselves and
They were
attacked a
just
group of people.
slavers and assholes. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Couldn't
It
remember.
wasn't like a race of dwarves. It was like a kingdom. The Stone Summit Kingdom. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Just territorial douchebags.
Yeah. Their king Dagnar Stonepate killed Prince Rurik as he was going through the Frost Gate, which is a high pass in the mountains.
And are they all dead now? Because the other dwarves like turned into
That
stone
would be a different
to fight.
topic to look up.
Okay, gotcha.
Ah.
Cool.
So you find that most of the references are to the Char, and they call them demons. They call them like flesh-eating savages, and they describe the brutality of the raids and the sort of ritual burning of human captives or the fallen in battle. And it describes that most humans who fell against the Char were eaten in that era, and that would have been 260 years ago. There are a handful of scholarly tomes that talk about the magic that brought down the searing, specifically that they centered around these massive arcane cauldrons that had been taken to the front lines by shamans. The shamans that seemed to rule the Char were all adept with fire magic. You find references in the Flameseeker prophecies that have been kind of culled and like pulled out as excerpts for you that talk about Char camps where these weird, almost crab-like effigies had been constructed and were worshipped. They'd build them out of like wicker and set them on fire and then worship them. and how they were supposed to represent these infernal beings called Titans that ultimately were defeated by the people who completed the Flameseeker prophecies, leading to the Char realizing that their shamans had been duped, basically. That what they thought were fire gods were basically just demonic monsters sent by the fallen human god Abaddon to corrupt them and lead them to his worship. This in turn is a bedtime story that you've heard. It's the revolution within the ranks of the Char, the High Legions kind of splitting with the death of the Khan-Ur, the High Char leader, kind of fragmented. The High Legions, the blood, the ash, the iron, they rebelled against the Char shamans and sort of cast them down, made them apostates, and said, the Char need no gods, the Char have no gods. And so now the Char currently are what they are, the 3 High Legions in cooperation, each with its own imperator, but tribunes from each present in the strongholds of each and sort of unified rulership, each with its own strength. Not a lot is known about the Flame Legion today. Most of the information they have comes from second or third hand accounts of people who were captured and narrowly escaped being imprisoned by the Flame. There are rumors of raids on settlements around the Black Citadel, where the Iron Legion is currently ruling, in the ruins of what used to be Ascalon. People who are captured in those raids being led off to the north into the Flame Legion's territory. There are a couple of mentions of Geheron Balefire, a promising sort of up-and-coming shaman who eventually rose to become the Imperator of the Flame Legion. He is currently, according to the latest Agents of Whispers, reporting a sort of cult of personality leader treated as a sort of divine king rather than a military imperator. You know that Kala is from the Flame Legion. And you've met I think there's at least one Flame survivor in town, I'm pretty sure. One of the smiths in Trollskull Alley, I believe.
Avia.
And yeah, you gather from what documentation has been provided to you that the most information you could get would probably be at the Black Citadel. Like, if anyone was going to have intelligence on the Flame Legion, it would be the people fighting an active frontline confrontation with them.
Okay, I think upon realizing that, if it would be okay, just send a message to Ritlak Brimstone, just sort of saying like, hey, this is, yeah, using sending, to say, hey, this is Galitar. I'm researching the Flame Legion. Would you have any documents or information I could view? And then just whether he responds now or Galatar can reach out again later if he's busy at the moment, but just to sort of see if he could start putting some stuff together.
What you get is after a brief pause, I'll be in touch.
I love that guy. Cool.
All right.
Well, that sounds good.
Eventually, your friends arrive back in the city, and you are all united in Lion's Arch once more. The Pact is still traveling back from the Maguma. They're still a ways away.
Thank God we teleported.
I forgot
here.
them bitches were just hanging out.
I forgot they hadn't returned from the last dragon battle.
Yeah, they're still.
We just killed another dragon before they got back.
They're gonna be like, let's celebrate the death of Mortremoth, and we're gonna be like, we're on to Jormag, bitches.
Did you guys enjoy your stupid walk, your stupid idiot walk back?
Hope you had a good vacation.
You enjoyed your
What was it like not dying?
Your little promenade.
Promenade. What's the big walk called? The Camino? Did you enjoy your little Camino? Is that it?
Speaking of dying, the the numbers kind of start to come in now because it's been over a week. It's been
Aw.
several days.
Shit.
There were 192 casualties at the final battle of Dragonstand. The total number of the pact is around 2,000 now, where I think before Zaitan it maxed out closer to 4. So they've lost a lot of people, and they are very slowly kind of crawling their way, taking their time getting back, resting as much as they can along the way. There probably will be a little celebration, but it's gonna be a couple of days.
Honestly, only losing 50% of your soldiers and killing 3 ancient dragons and their armies. That's pretty good.
Well, that's not counting all the Norn that died.
Oh.
Yeah, that's just Mordremoth and Zaitan.
Okay. Well, 2 out of 5. Still impressive. It's still only averaging like losing 1,000 per dragon.
That's still a bummer. I'll say it.
Yeah, it's sad.
A lot of death. A lot of
But
death.
you gotta try and put a positive
Nazis,
spin on it.
but
I mean, how many people would the dragons have killed, though?
it's all bad.
I have no idea what the population of any of these cities are, but I assume there are a lot more people that are now alive because of the sacrifice of those individuals.
Okay. I mean, you're right.
All right, Brad.
All right, Brad Smith. Shut up, Brad.
What should be?
Right, well,
All right.
if no one else has anything they want to cover tonight, that's where we'll call it.
think so.
Should we level up? Should we not level up? What do you think after playing?
I think after slaying another Elder Dragon.
Oh,
man.
It's
shit.
only really
God.
warranted that you level
Level
up.
19.
So you guys can go
Oh,
ahead and do
shit.
that if you want.
Woo!
Roll your hit dice and you
Jesus.
can do your
Yeah.
spells in the meantime.
Yeah, I'll definitely have to think about my
Oh god,
spells.
that's an ability score.
I wasn't
don't
even thinking
have
about
Oh,
it
it
leveling
is an
up.
ability score increase.
Is it an ASI? Oh shit.
Yeah.
We don't
this is
have
gonna
to
be
go
a-
through like the detailed, like what do you do to develop these, but I do like that you're conscious of it as you're picking abilities. Like, how are you training these new skills? How are you taking the lessons you've learned and applying them? I think it's good RP and good lore to have in mind. And if you want to share, let's talk about that next time.
Yeah, this
Sounds
is a
good.
tough
Definitely.
choice. All right.